Chapter 890. The Prince of Xiang gazed at the distant platform, a cold light flitting through his eyes. The Wu clan head and the old lady of the Mutuo clan were as calm as ever, as if they had heard nothing. Go Hanshi shook his head at Bai Kai, indicating that he should be patient. The vice principal of Scholarly Manor slightly arched his brows, a look of surprise on his face. People like them had long ago predicted that the Li Palace would oppose the closing of South Stream Temple and that Chen Chongsheng would stand up and speak. The two martial grandaunts of South Stream Temple were too agitated and believed that they had a deep understanding of Chen Chongsheng's personality, so they had not thought of this. But the will of South Stream Temple was unified, so what could he do? Chen Chongsheng's method was very simple. No one asked him, so he answered his own question. His answer was 2 words. No. This sight made Tang 36 recall that mahjong game in the old estate in Winshui City, and he couldn't help but sigh. When the Tang old master had said that he could kill Tang 36, Chen Chongsheng had also said 2 words. No. Whether it was then or now, Chen Chongsheng's voice had always been very soft, but it was even louder than the simultaneous shouts of 10 million people, like thunder descending from the heavens. Because he was the Pope, his words were divine decrees, followed by millions of believers. They will not go to the Orthodox Academy or the Li Palace. Chen Chongsheng pointed at the kneeling girls and said, because South Stream Temple will not close, and this is the place where they will live and cultivate. Huai Bai saw how unyielding his words were, and angrily said, this is a matter of my South Stream Temple. I ask that your holiness not interfere. No matter the time, Huai Ren's expression was always calm and gentle, even when it seemed like the closing of the temple was a foregone conclusion. She had already predicted that Chen Chongsheng would stand up, but she had not expected Chen Chongsheng's attitude to be so direct, even crude. Your Holiness the Pope, what I said to your Holiness last night was only out of respect for your Holiness. It does not mean that the affairs of South Stream Temple require your Holiness's consent. Huai Ren solemnly said to Chen Chongsheng, her voice gentle but her attitude firm. Holy Maiden Peak had originated from a schism within the orthodoxy. From the moment the first Holy Maiden established South Stream Temple, the Li Palace had no right to speak about the Taoist faith of the South, let alone the affairs of South Stream Temple. Even the Pope had no right to manage the affairs of Holy Maiden Peak. This was history that everyone had to respect. Upon hearing Huai Ren's words, many Tiannan cultivators on the plateau repeatedly nodded their heads. Even Go Han sure felt troubled and didn't know how to deal with Chen Chongsheng. At this time, another person who no one expected stood out. The vice principal of Scholarly Manor smiled and said, Senior's words are incorrect. In these past few years, Senior has wandered the 4 seas and paid little attention to worldly affairs. You probably do not know of the relationship between His Holiness and the Holy Maiden. But who in the entire continent does not know? This Holy Maiden Peak is half his home, so how could the affairs of South Stream Temple escape His Majesty? The Prince of Xiang slightly creased his brow. The old lady of the Mutuo clan silently smiled. The head of the Wu clan repeatedly shook his head, and the other cultivators all had rather strange expressions. Putting aside that marriage contract that had shaken the continent, just after the battle at the Bridge of Helplessness, a rumor had arisen in the capital that Chen Chongsheng had once again developed feelings for Su Yurong and that he intended to renew the marriage contract. At the time, the common people might have believed that this was a one-sided decision on Chen Chongsheng's part, but in the Boiling Stone Summit at Mount Han, Su Yurong had saved Chen Chongsheng from Guanbai's sword. Quite a few people had personally witnessed the events that had taken place on the journey from Mount Han to the capital. If not for the coup of the Mausoleum of Books, the entire continent would have been discussing this matter for the next 2 years. Who did not know that Pope Chen Chongsheng and Holy Maiden Su Yurong were in love, that they were Taoist companions made in heaven? The frivolous words of the vice principal of Scholatry Manor made Bai so angry that her face flushed red. Her eyebrows shot up as she yelled, "Impudent! Whoever dares to ruin the holy maiden's pure reputation will have to ask my sword." The chatter on the plateau gradually died down. Bai gripped the Taoist sword and harshly yelled at Qin Changsheng, "Your Holiness the Pope! Do you really want to force this old body to spill 3 feet of blood?" Qin Changsheng countered with a question, "Are you threatening me?" Even the Prince of Xiang, this person who had already stepped into the divine domain and held the highest authority in the imperial court, had to pay his respects when he saw Qin Changsheng, not daring to show the slightest disrespect in front of so many people, much less threaten him. Although she was an extremely senior marshal, grand aunt of South Stream Temple, how could she have the courage? Bai was furious, but she could not use her sword. With a hum brimming with resentment, sword intent left the sheath and cut countless cracks into the surrounding stones. In her anger, she almost suffered an internal injury. Huai Shu hurriedly supported her, sending a pure strand of true essence to help her guard her Tao heart. Huai Ren looked into Qin Changsheng's eyes and said, "The demons have already retreated for the time being. South Stream Temple wishes to close the temple only because it wishes to remain uninvolved, unwilling to be used by some ambitious person. Once the holy maiden emerges from seclusion, the temple can be reopened at any time. Just what is wrong with this old body's actions? Last night, Your Holiness said these words, but I did not have the time to answer. My answer is no." Qin Changsheng looked at her and said, "Even if all of you agree to close the temple, it is still no. The affairs of the temple and the closing of the temple are 2 different matters. Yuan has temporarily given the affairs of the temple to the 2 of you, but that does not mean that you have the right to decide something as important as the closing of the temple. No disciple of South Stream Temple has the right to decide." He then turned to Huai Ren and Ping Xian and said, "Of course, that also includes the 2 of you." Bai sneered, "Then who has the right? Could it be Your Holiness the Pope?" Qin Changsheng replied, "No, I also do not have the right. The only person with the right to decide on the closing of the temple is Yuan." The Prince of Xiang, who had maintained his silence this entire time, suddenly said, "Your Holiness's words are reasonable. On such an important matter, we truly should ask the Holy Maiden to emerge from seclusion and make the decision." A hint of wariness appeared in Qin Changsheng's heart. Yesterday, in front of the stone wall at the summit of Holy Maiden Peak, he had vaguely sensed that there was a problem. Now, it seemed that the problem was gradually beginning to appear. Did the imperial court and his master want to use this matter to forcefully interrupt Su Yurong's seclusion? Everyone knew that if a seclusion was forcefully interrupted, it was highly likely to cause massive harm, and she was doing something that no one had ever attempted before. "There's no need. I'll handle it." Qin Changsheng did not give the Prince of Xiang any chance to make a fuss. He turned to Huai Ren and continued, "I am well aware of just how important Holy Maiden Peak is to her. She is currently in seclusion and cannot continue her promise to her teacher to take care of Holy Maiden Peak and the disciples living here, so this matter should naturally be handled by me." A large part of the reason Su Yurong had entered seclusion was for his sake, so he naturally had to shoulder the responsibilities that should have been hers, like guarding this mountain. Huai Ren harshly said, "Could it be that the rules of my Holy Maiden Peak also need Your Holiness to judge them?" Qin Changsheng replied, "The Holy Maiden comprehends the monoliths, the Pope interprets the laws. For countless years, this has always been the case. Or does Your Holiness believe that Holy Maiden Peak is not a branch of the orthodoxy?" Just a moment ago, Huai Ren had wanted to use the rules of history to force him to back down. Now he wanted to use the rules of history to force her to accept his words. Although Holy Maiden Peak was part of the Southern sect, in the eyes of its millions of believers and disciples, It was naturally a branch of the orthodoxy. Let alone these three martial grandaunts of the South Stream sect. Even the successive holy maidens would not dare to deny this point. Huai Ren fell silent, no longer speaking. Seeing her senior sister like this, Huai Bai became even more anxious. She yelled, "At the very least, we are not subordinates of the Li Palace. So why should we be under your jurisdiction?" Thinking of the venerable Taoist promise, she was so anxious that even her form of address became rude. Chun Changxing looked at her and said, "I am the Pope and I interpret the laws of the Church. Could it be that Holy Maiden Peak is not a part of the orthodoxy?" It was the same question, repeated once more, making it seem even more unyielding. Huai Bai's Tao heart was unsteady from the pressure. Extremely irritated, she yelled, "Even if it isn't, so what?" Chun Changsheng looked into her eyes and said, "If Holy Maiden Peak is not a branch of the orthodoxy, what right does it have to comprehend the heavenly tome monoliths? Tomorrow I will announce this matter to the world, and then I will send the cavalry of the orthodoxy to surround Holy Maiden Peak and take away the rubbings of the heavenly tome monoliths, severing the legacy of South Stream Temple. I will let you know what it means to truly close the temple." Huai Ren recalled the conversation from last night, and her expression suddenly changed. She had said to Qin Changxing that South Stream Temple had 3 kinds of closing. What Chun Changsheng was currently speaking of was naturally the last kind. South Stream Temple severed its legacy and merged with the Li Palace, returning to the orthodox lineage of the orthodoxy. Chapter 891. The mountains were quiet. The disciples of South Stream Temple looked at each other, not knowing what to say, especially Yi Xiaolian and the other girls. Those disciples who had never interacted with Qin Changsheng before were actually much calmer. In their view, the Pope was the most revered person in the world, possessing a dignified and imposing bearing. What did a few rebukes to their martial grandaunts count for? Yi Xiaolian and the others knew that Chun Changxing had always had a calm and gentle personality. So why was he so unyielding today? Could it really be that his position had changed him? Or was it the power of time? It had nothing to do with position or time. Tang 36 and Hu 32 were well aware that Qin Changxing had not been like this yesterday, so they couldn't help but be startled. Just what happened on the summit. The warning at the stone wall of Holy Maiden Peak and the Prince of Xiang's seemingly casual words were the root cause of Chen Changxing's change in attitude. Moreover, the actions of these 3 martial grandaunts had already surpassed his level of acceptance. Whether it was their attitude toward the disciples of the temple or their forceful closing of the temple that might alarm the secluded Su Yurong, the latter might even have been deliberate on their part. Let the matter of closing the temple be dropped. Everything can be discussed after the Holy Maiden comes out. He looked at Huai Ren and said, "Whether it's out of malice or kindness, this matter won't do." It didn't matter how high one's seniority was, how great one's prestige was, how the one in charge of the temple was one's disciple, how one could persuade them with emotion, move them with reason, and force them with the Tao. It didn't matter that the imperial court was fully assisting, that the venerable master of the Taoist was personally planning, and that countless people wanted to see that scene play out. If he said no, then this matter wouldn't do, even if it did, because he was the Pope. Wait for the Holy Maiden to come out? Then when can she come out? 10 years? 20 years? Or 50 years? What if she never comes out? What if she dies? A sharp voice suddenly came from the mountain. At the start, everyone believed that the owner of the voice was asking a question, but later on, they realized that this was not the case. This voice was filled with hatred and malice. It was not really an answer, but a bone-chilling curse. This person was cursing Su Yurong to never come out of seclusion, or even die. Huai Ren and the other Taoist nuns couldn't help but slightly change their expressions, let alone the disciples of South Stream Temple. Clang, 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 clang. Countless sounds rang out as the cold swords were unsheathed one after another. The sword will fill the air above the plateau, and they aimed at the mountain path vigilantly and angrily. Countless gazes followed these sword intents and looked over. Two figures gradually appeared at the point where the mountain path connected to the mountain peak. A middle-aged scholar and a Taoist nun. Many people stood up in shock at the sight of these two. The Prince of Xiang slightly arched his brows, glanced at the divine general at his side, and then slowly stood up. There are very few people on this continent who had the right to have the Prince of Xiang rise to greet them, but this middle-aged scholar and this Taoist nun were among them. Bianhong and Wuqiongbai of the storms of the 8 directions. News of their identities was quickly spread amongst the 1,000+ cultivators on the plateau. The crowd stood up like a tide and saluted one after another. Then, many bewilderment arose in their hearts. Why had these two experts of the continent suddenly appeared here? Many sects knew that Wu Qiongbai had an old grudge with Qin Changxing and the Orthodox Academy. But why would she use such a venomous tone to curse Su Yorong? Even if she was as ruthless and crude as the rumors said, just what sort of person was Bianhong? How could he make his wife lose her composure? Could it be that something had happened recently that caused the old grudge between the two sides to not be resolved, and now there was a new grudge? Under countless gazes, Wu Qiongbai walked to the center of the plateau. She used a venomous and cold gaze to look around, ultimately settling on Qin Changxing. What of that demon princess? You hid her in the Garden of Zhou. Many people in the cultivation world knew that the Garden of Zhou was in Qin Changxing's hands, but the majority believed that he had only obtained the key to the Garden of Zhou. That demon princess Nank was at Qin Changxing's side was also an open secret. But even the most arrogant and greedy person would not dare to think about seizing the Garden of Zhou from Qin Changxing's hands. Even the most inflexible and hot-blooded person would not dare to expose this matter in front of everyone and question Qin Changxing's virtue, because Qin Changxing was the Pope. Moreover, although it was not his original intention, his reputation continued to rise after the cinnabar pill incident. In the northern frontier, he was already the embodiment of love and sacrificial spirit in the hearts of many believers, causing them to revere him. Even in the south, because of Su Li's relationship with Wang, the people felt that he was more worthy of trust than the previous pope. Today, Wu Qiongbai had suddenly exposed these two matters. What did she want to do? The plateau was abnormally quiet. Wu Qiongbai stared into Qin Changxing's eyes and said, "That demon princess once killed many human experts. Your Holiness, the Pope, what do you mean by taking her in?" Very early on, Qin Changxing knew that he would face this sort of question, so he had mentally prepared himself. He said, "In the Battle of the Snowy Mountains, in order to help me escape, Nank suffered an injury to her sea of consciousness. Her mind is currently not clear. At the time, I promised to treat her illness. Once she is cured, I will naturally drive her away, and when we meet again, we will naturally be enemies. Once she is cured? What if her illness can never be cured? What if she is still an idiot until she dies?" Wu Qiongbay's words were still as vicious as ever, brimming with curses. No matter how calm Qin Changxing's temperament was, he couldn't help but slightly raise his brows. Just what has happened to make this person feel somewhat insane? You're not willing to hand over Nank, but you should at least hand over that wretched black dragon, right? Wu Qiongbai stared into his eyes, a hint of a smile on her lips, but her expression was also sorrowful. Her smile was like crying, a very unsightly sight. Her smile gradually faded as she expressionlessly said, "I want to peel off her skin, pull out her tendons, cut off her flesh piece by piece, either raw or boiled into soup. I want to eat it all and drink it all. I don't want to leave a single piece, not a single drop. I want to even chew up the plate of meat and the soup bowl and swallow it all." Her voice was so cold that it seemed to come from the cold air rising from the abyss behind Xiulao City. Her words were venomous to the extreme, callous to the extreme. They echoed over the plateau like gusts of cold wind, making everyone shiver in fear. At this point, even the slowest person could guess at Wu Qiangbai's monstrous hatred for Qin Changsheng. Qin Changsheng was quiet for a while, saying nothing. He turned to Bianghong and asked, "Sir B, just what has happened?" The coup of the Mausoleum of Books had caused the deaths of many experts of the continent, and the storms of the 8 directions had wandered and withered away. Even if the Prince of Xiang, the Mountly Sword Sect Master, and Wang Po were included, they would not be able to make up the numbers. Of these people, Bianghong's reputation had never fallen, and he was deeply respected, a stark contrast to his wife, Wu Qianbai. The Tian High Divine Empress had greatly admired Bianghong, and Qin Changsheng had been willing to trust him. Bianghong said nothing, not answering him. "What has happened?" Wu Qianbai gloomily yelled at Qin Changsheng. "Your Holiness the Pope, you had that evil dragon kill my son, and you still have the face to ask me what has happened." These words instantly caused countless cries of alarm to rise from the plateau, and it was impossible to calm down. Chapter 892. Bi Tianxin was dead? Although this person's cultivation level and talent could not compare to those true geniuses at the top of the Proclamation of Liberation or Proclamation of Golden Distinction, he was still a celebrity of the continent. After all, not everyone could be like him, with both parents being experts of the divine domain. In truth, besides Princess Luoluo, there was no one else with such a background. Such a person had actually died. Who dared to kill him? With this thought, the thousand-some gazes on the plateau once more turned to Qin Changsheng. Everyone knew that Qin Changsheng and the Orthodoxy, or to put it more accurately, the Orthodox Academy had a deep grudge against Wu Qianbai and Bi Tianxin, mother and son. And daring to kill Bi Tianxin and having the ability to kill him, there were truly far too few people on the continent. Besides the Pope, who else could it be? Qin Changsheng saw the sorrow in Bianghong's eyes and knew that Wu Qianbai was telling the truth. Bi Tianxin really had died. His heart sank as he realized that today's matter was even more troublesome than yesterday's calculations with the intellectual sword. In the capital, when the Li Palace had launched the all-school martial exhibition, he and the Orthodox Academy had once confronted Bi Tianxin and his servant. But with Bianghong's timely letter and Su Moyu's transfer from the Li Palace Academy to the Orthodox Academy, the matter was quickly pacified. Later on, Wu Qianbai had once gone to the Orthodox Academy in the middle of the night to kill Xianyuan Pei and establish her might. But Su Li's letter had beheaded her like a stray dog. Both times, Qin Changsheng and the Orthodox Academy had not suffered a loss, so he had never once thought about taking revenge on Wu Qianbai and Bi Tianxin. In fact, with the passage of time and the countless major events that had occurred, he had almost forgotten these matters of the past. A few days ago, when he met Bi Tianxin in Hanqiu City, he did not even glance at him. Just what happened? "Sir, please explain," Qin Changsheng asked Bianghong. Bianghong gave him a deep glance and said, "My son was unfilial, but I believe that his crime does not warrant death. Today, I came to know why he was killed." Qin Changsheng replied, "The last time I saw Bi Tianxin was in Hanqiu City. It has been 3 years since I last saw him." Go Hanshi stood up and said, "Sir, please restrain your grief." This junior believes that there is some misunderstanding in this matter and presumptuously asks senior to explain the details. Bianghong held his hands behind him as he gazed at the plains beyond the cliff and the Tong River, his expression gradually turning cold. "Yesterday, my son died in the river gorge, 20 li east of Fengyang City. His bones were ground to dust and thrown to the bottom of the river. If my wife and I hadn't left a brand on his body and used other secret methods, we probably wouldn't have noticed. In the future, when we discovered that something had changed, we wouldn't have been able to find where he was. The culprit's ruthless and meticulous mind is truly admirable. How could this expert admire the murderer of his son? Naturally, he was being sarcastic. The more he admired that person, the more he wanted that person to die, and he wanted that person to die very miserably. It had to be countless times more ruthless than being ground into ashes. It was very quiet on the cliff plateau. Everyone was listening to these words with solemn expressions. When Fengyang City was mentioned, Tang 36 and Hu 32 glanced at each other, feeling very uneasy. Qin Changxing said, "I did go to Fengyang City, but I didn't see your son." Bi Yanghong was not surprised that he would admit to going to Fengyang. More than 10,000 believers had seen it with their own eyes, so who could deny it? He looked into Qin Changxing's eyes and asked, "Did Nank bring you over a certain river?" Qin Changxing thought back to the scene and replied, "Correct." Bi Yanghong fell quiet for a while, then said, "His remains and ashes are beneath that river." Hearing this, Qin Changxing remained silent and didn't say anything. As the person involved, he naturally knew that this was a scheme. The problem was that this scheme was truly formidable, leaving him speechless. Wu Qiongbai yelled at Bi Yanghong, "Why are you still wasting words with him?" The chilly mountain winds blew back and forth over the plateau, ruffling her white hair and making her seem rather miserable. Qin Changxing had never liked her, but when he saw her sorrowful appearance, he couldn't help but feel sympathy. "It truly wasn't me." Wu Qiongbai turned to stare at him, her eyes so venomous that they seemed ready to devour him. "Then hand over that evil dragon." Qin Changxing was somewhat confused as to why Wu Qiongbai had been targeting Gigi this entire time. He asked, "Could it be that someone personally saw her kill Bi Tianqin?" "No. Even if it was a witness who saw it with their own eyes, they could still be bribed. I wouldn't necessarily believe them." Bi Yanghong looked at him and said, "And although some pieces of evidence cannot speak, they are even more worthy of trust, because they cannot be bribed or faked." After saying this, he extended his right hand. That famous little red flower was still hanging from his pinky, gently swaying in the cool breeze. But everyone's attention was not on the little red flower, but on the palm above his hand. An extremely pure star radiance seeped out from his palm, enveloping tensome, extremely tiny grains of ice. These grains of ice were too fine to be clearly seen from a distance. But when these grains of ice appeared, the temperature of the plateau, several li in circumference, instantly dropped. The grass around Bi Yanghong was even covered in a thin layer of frost. Just what was this object that was so cold? Qin Changxing did not recognize these objects, but he was extremely familiar with this cold qi. A moment later, his expression flickered. Was this scheme really that difficult to unravel? This is the deep freeze dragon breath that only black frost dragons possess. It cannot be faked. Bi Yanghong looked at Qin Changxing and asked, "How does your holiness explain this?" These words caused the crowd to buzz with discussion, and then it gradually fell silent. Countless gazes turned to Qin Changxing. Go Hanshi and the vice principal of Sculletry Manor turned grave. The Prince of Xiang and the Divine General glanced at each other in silence. Huai Bai, on the other hand, sneered. Many important personages knew that there was only one black frost dragon on the continent. Those cultivators who did not know also knew of this matter through the discussions earlier. This black frost dragon was the main character of the legend of New North Bridge, the current Pope Qin Changxing's protector, who says that the deep freeze dragon breath has to be the black frost dragon. Even if it's a black frost dragon, who can be sure that it's Qin Changxing's black dragon? The dragon race lives on the islands of the Southern Sea. The golden dragon race has left, but the black frost dragon race still exists. Who knows if another black frost dragon has come to the continent? In this tense and oppressive atmosphere, the only person who could speak in such a frivolous tone was naturally Tang 36. He could already sense that today's matter would be extremely thorny and troublesome. Neither he nor Qin Changxing could think of a way to resolve this situation. Thus, he could only attempt to use unreasonable pestering to make the situation even more chaotic, hoping to find a way out of it. Many people would become somewhat passive in front of Tang 36's methods, and then find themselves unable to respond. But Bi Yanghong's response was very simple. He seriously said to Tang 36, "My son is dead. Please do not act like this." Tang 36 was quiet for a very long time, and then he retreated. Chapter 893. Right now, all the evidence points to Zhu Sha. Byung-hong looked at Chun Chongqing and said, "I ask your holiness to hand her over to me. I want to ask her." Zhu Sha was the name Wang Jitsa had given to the little black dragon many years ago. It was also the name that experts of the continent, like Byung-hong, were used to calling her. Bi Tianxin was not killed by me, and certainly not by Zhu Sha. Chun Chongqing said to Byung-hong, "This is a scheme. The last time I saw Bi Tianxin was in Hanzhou City. If you are still willing to believe me, there is no harm in investigating just who Bi Tianxin has been with in the last few days." Byung-hong calmly gazed at him, though it was hard to tell if he had heard. Go Hanchi agreed. "Correct. My dear brother is of great talent, and he also has 2 seniors personally branded his soul. Ordinary methods cannot harm him, unless he is ambushed by someone close to him or if an expert of the divine domain blocks his qi. And it is said that Zhu Sha has still not been able to break Lord Wang Jitsa's seal, so she should not be able to do it." Wu Qiangbai's eyes were already red. How could she listen to these words? She harshly rebuked. "That evil dragon cannot do it. But do not forget that our Pope still has the divine staff. Besides you, who else has a bone-deep hatred for this old woman and my pitiful son? Let me ask you, are you willing to hand over that evil dragon or not?" Chun Chongqing was quiet for a while, then said, "Forgive me for not being able to comply." Wu Qianbai was so angry that she began to laugh. "Then don't blame this old woman for being impolite today." The Archbishop of the Southern Church paled at these words. He took 2 steps forward to the edge of the platform and shouted, "Impudent! Who dares to be so rude to His Holiness the Pope?" Wu Qianbai harshly retorted, "For the sake of a personal grudge, you even used the evil dragon to kill the innocent. What virtue does this sort of person have to be Pope?" As soon as these words were spoken, the entire crowd went into an uproar. Everyone understood her intentions. Wu Qianbai had always insisted that Chun Chongqing hand over the black dragon. If Chun Chongqing did not agree, she would use this matter to make things difficult for him. In her view, the black dragon was the true culprit behind the death of her son, and Chun Chongqing was the true culprit. How could she let him go? Even if she had to oppose the orthodoxy, even the millions of believers in the world, she would still kill Chun Chongqing today and avenge her son. "I want to see who can protect you today." Wu Qianbai stared into Chun Chongqing's eyes and spat venomously. "You're not willing to hand over the black dragon, so you'll have your tendons pulled out, your skin flayed, and your bones ground to dust in her place." If 2 experts of the divine domain attacked at the same time, just how terrifying would there might be? If he were in the Li Palace, protected by the prefects of the orthodoxy with their precious treasures, Chun Chongqing might not have feared them, but this was Holy Maiden Peak. Experts of the orthodoxy, like the Bishop of the South and Hu 32, were too lacking compared to Byung-hong and Wu Qianbai, so they would not be of much use. Of course, if the Prince of Xi'an and the experts of the Imperial Court's diplomatic mission were willing to appear, the situation would be different. The problem was that no one knew if the shadow of the Imperial Court was behind this matter. Even if it wasn't, why would the Imperial Court stand up for the Li Palace? "Wang Pa, come out." Wu Qianbai gazed into the cold gray sky and coldly shouted, "Can you still protect him today? Do you still have the face to protect him?" All the cultivators on the plateau were shocked when they heard this, and they thought in their hearts, could it be that Wang Pa has come as well? Then where is he? Wu Qianbai had attacked Chun Chongqing to avenge her son's death. Given Wang Po's usual conduct, just what would he do? After some time, the sky remained cold and gray. No one appeared, no one answered. It seemed like Wang Pa had not come to Holy Maiden Peak today. To many people on the plateau, this was excellent news. If he had already come to Holy Maiden Peak but did not appear, this was even better news for them, because this meant that in Wang Po's view, Chen Chongqing should first hand over the evil dragon. Countless gazes drew back from the cold gray sky and once more turned to Chen Chongqing, each with a different expression. Some were secretly delighted, some were nervous, some were cold, and there was also a small amount of anger. Wu Chongbai walked toward Chen Chongqing, her eyes frigid to the extreme. The horsetail whisk in her hand began to move despite the lack of wind, stirring up countless streams of energy. Hu 32, the bishop of the south, and Tensum priests had already arrived at Chen Chongqing's side. But how could these people be a match for an expert of the divine domain? The people of Scullery Manor were silent. The Mountly disciples silently looked at each other. Gohanchi was pensive, and Tang 36 was looking at Byonghong, seemingly thinking of something. Was it really as Wu Qiongbai said, that no one could protect Chen Chongqing today? This was Holy Maiden Peak, and if anyone had the ability to change the situation, it was naturally South Stream Temple. The orthodoxies north and south were divided, but when it came to the dignity of the Taoist faith and external affairs, they had always advanced and retreated together. In the past, South Stream Temple would assuredly protect Chen Chongqing because he was the Pope. However, the matter of closing the temple had caused an intense dispute between the two sides, and Chen Chongqing's stance had become unprecedentedly unyielding. Presumably, South Stream Temple, or at least those 3 martial grandaunts, would change their stance. Just as expected, just when Ping Xian and Yi Chen were about to say something, a cold snort rang out. Since it's a murder suspect, that evil dragon should come out and explain, even if it is the protector of our orthodoxy. Huai Bai looked at Chen Chongqing and said, "If your holiness, the Pope, resolutely protects it, others will inevitably suspect that evil dragon was really ordered by you. If it is true, then your virtue is lacking. What right do you have to sit on the seat of Pope? What right do you have to expound on the laws of the Church and interfere in the affairs of my South Stream Temple?" Her words were very harsh and could also be called very malicious. She directly wanted South Stream Temple to stay out of this matter, simultaneously placing Chen Chongqing in an extremely passive position. After hearing these words, Yi Xiaolian could no longer bear it. She viewed Chen Chongqing as her idol, so how could she possibly believe these accusations? Raising her sword, she rushed to the front of the platform and angrily yelled at the people on the plateau, "His Holiness the Pope is not this sort of person!" Huai Bai was enraged and harshly rebuked. "Evil disciple, what do you want to do?" Yi Xiaolian did not turn her head. Wu Qiongbai slowly walked over with an indescribable pressure. She was currently at the upper level of ethereal opening. In terms of cultivation time, this was rather impressive, but how could she directly contend against an expert of the divine domain? Even though they were separated by 100 samzhong, even though Wu Qiongbai was not deliberately using her pressure to suppress her opponent, her small face instantly paled and the hand gripping her sword trembled. But she did not retreat. In the next moment, several more disciples of South Stream Temple rushed in front of Chen Chongqing. At this sight, Ping Xian, who had kept her head lowered even when discussing the matter of closing the temple, finally raised her head. She was keenly aware of what the Holy Maiden would do if she were present. She calmly ordered, "Form the sword array!" Countless whooshes resounded through the air. Countless sword glows illuminated the gloomy sky. Several dozen disciples rushed in front of Chen Chongqing, forming the world-renowned South Stream Temple sword array. It was just like in Mount Han, and also like in the Orthodox Academy. Chapter 894. Huai Ran gazed at Ping Xian's profile, her face as gloomy as water. "Have you truly thought this through?" Ping Xian calmly replied, "Master, the Holy Maiden gave this disciple temporary control of South Stream Temple, and this disciple has always been distressed as to what to do. Now that I think about it, I was thinking a little too much." A foolish person like me does not need to think too much. I only need to act according to the Holy Maiden's will. That way, nothing will go wrong. Huai Ren rebuked. Do you really think that the Holy Maiden is someone who does not distinguish between right and wrong? Ping Xian replied, I only know that if the Holy Maiden were present, she would never allow anyone to use any reason to threaten His Holiness the Pope's safety. She and many disciples of South Stream Temple had personally witnessed the tens of thousands of li of dust and dirt covering the journey from Mount Han to the capital. This could not be wrong. Huai Ren coldly asked, even if he really did kill Bi Tianxin. Ping Xian replied, Master, I said that no reason is acceptable. Huai Ren found it hard to conceal her disappointment. Even if you clearly know that this will consign my Holy Maiden Peak to eternal damnation. Ping Xian replied, if this is the Holy Maiden's will. Wu Qiong stood Tensum Zhang away from the platform. She looked at the disciples of South Stream Temple and harshly rebuked. Do you want to rely on numbers to bully us two pitiful people who have just lost a son? The white-haired person sending off the black-haired person was truly worthy of sympathy, but she and Biang Hong were two of the world's few experts. Who could bully them? The disciples of South Stream Temple were very nervous. This was the strongest opponent they had ever encountered in their lives, but the sword array was still as stable as a cliff. The 1,000-some cultivators on the summit nervously watched. On one side were true experts of the continent who had immersed themselves in the divine domain for countless years. On the other side was the legendary sword array that had left behind countless unimaginable scars on the battlefield. When the two met, who would be stronger? A shrill howl resounded through the summit. The horsetail whisk in Wu Qiangbai's hand descended from the sky and smashed down on the platform. The horsetail whisk flew through the air, leaving behind countless threads, each one like a bolt of lightning. They cut through the air, creating white turbulence. Boundless auras of silent destruction flickered in and out of existence in the lightning and spatial turbulence, making them seem incomparably terrifying. Standing at the very front, Yi Xiaolian raised her sword to meet the attack, a sword glow flashing in front of the stage. Under the terrifying pressure of Wu Qiangbai, the summit suddenly became cold and gloomy. In contrast, this sword glow seemed particularly weak and insignificant. It was like a small boat in a surging ocean that could capsize at any moment and be obliterated without a trace. Soon after, several more sword lights lit up, illuminating the dark world even more brightly. The few small sampans in the ocean seemed to form a small boat. It was still not very big, but it was relatively sturdy. The next moment, dozens of sword lights lit up at the same time. The peak was suddenly illuminated, as if it was daytime again. Those sampans and small boats were rolled together by the waves and turned into a large ship. It crossed the extremely steep tide, pierced through the heavy rain clouds, and broke through the sky. This was not a simple patchwork. Even if thousands of wooden planks were piled together to form a small mountain, they would scatter the moment they entered the sea, unable to withstand any wind and waves. Only when they were truly put together could they become a massive ship that could brave the wind and waves. Several dozen sword glows of varying brightness illuminated the summit. Several dozen different sword techniques flew through the air, responding to each other, communicating with each other, becoming one. This process was extremely fast, and it seemed as if the conditions were right. When the water fell, the stone would reveal itself, complementing the laws of nature. Most mystical of all was that, like a boat made of wood, several dozen sword techniques superimposed on each other produced an inexplicable change. The sword energy suddenly swelled, its power countless times greater than that of a South Stream Temple disciple. This was the world-renowned sword array of South Stream Temple. An incomparably majestic sword energy enveloped the plateau. Sword glows illuminated the world, tore through the dark clouds, and clashed with the otherworldly horsetail whisk. A fierce and awe-inspiring sword intent erupted, slashing at the lightning and spatial cracks, resisting the terrifying chi of silent destruction. Countless sounds rose up at almost the same time. There were tearing sounds, explosions, but even more clashes resulted in true annihilation, silent and even more dangerous. Fierce winds howled, and the trees on the cliff bent to the west as if unable to endure this power. The Mount Lee Sword Sect, Sculletry Manor, and several other sects of the south released their chi and used their magical artifacts to protect their disciples. As the dust settled, Wu Qiangbai's figure appeared. She was still at her original position, unable to advance even a single step. The South Stream Temple sword array, formed by several dozen girls, had actually managed to block an attack from an expert of the divine domain. 3 disciples had been intimidated by Wu Qiangbai's momentum, their Tao hearts thrown into disorder, and were injured, powerless to continue fighting. There was another rush of wind. Very quickly, another South Stream Temple disciple took the place of these 3 disciples, and this one seemed even more confident. It was still not over. Ping Xian calmly ordered, "Form the array." Before she could finish speaking, those South Stream Temple disciples that had not had time to act rushed forward. For a moment, sword glows and cries could be heard all over the plateau. The 300-some South Stream Temple disciples formed a complete sword array. Their white dresses drifted in the wind like waves, eternally inextinguishable. The awe-inspiring sword intent was like 1,000 peaks that would never fall. This was the world-renowned South Stream Temple sword array. It was extremely quiet on the plateau, and everyone's eyes were still filled with shock. Many people had heard of the South Stream Temple sword array, but very few had the chance to see it for themselves. The South Stream Temple sword array was truly as powerful as the legend said. Just a few ethereal opening disciples could block an expert of the divine domain, like Wu Qiangbei. Wu Qiangbai's face was brimming with ruthlessness. She knew of the power of the South Stream Temple sword array. It was rumored that 1,000 years ago, when Zhou Dufu, the strongest expert under the starry sky, charged into Holy Maiden Peak, he had spent no small amount of time to break the South Stream Temple sword array. Although she still had many techniques that she had not used, she could not be stronger than Zhou Dufu. However, no matter how powerful the South Stream Temple sword array was, it could not stop her, because she wanted to avenge her most beloved son. Today, she had to kill Qin Chongsheng. Just when she was prepared to charge the South Stream Temple sword array again, the situation changed. This prince believes that the most appropriate thing to do now is to have Zhu Sha quickly appear and explain what happened that day. Whether it was a misunderstanding or not, there will naturally be a conclusion. The Prince of Xiang stood up from his chair, adjusted the bright yellow belt around his waist, and took 2 deep breaths. He looked at Qin Chongsheng on the platform and smiled. Everyone knows that His Holiness the Pope has a connection with the Protectors, so it should not be difficult to notify her. Moreover, the Black Frost Dragon can instantly travel 1,000 li, so no matter where she is on the continent, she should be able to return today. If His Holiness the Pope feels that this prince's proposal is not bad, then there is no harm in everyone drinking a few cups of tea and waiting for her to return. Bianhong was quiet for a few moments, then said, "Okay." Wu Qiangbei naturally did not want this. Her face was brimming with anger, but she ultimately said nothing. Everyone turned to Qin Chongsheng. In their view, there was nothing wrong with the Prince of Xiang's proposal. It truly was a prudent statement, but perhaps the Pope was worried about the Black Dragon's safety and was unwilling to summon her back, or perhaps did not dare to summon her. Qin Chongsheng was quiet for a few moments, then said, "I will not summon her back." The crowd fell into an uproar. The Prince of Xiang's smile faded as he indifferently said, "Then this prince truly cannot support your holiness." To not support was to oppose. He could not say it explicitly, but his attitude was clear. This was his attitude, and it could also be understood as the imperial court's attitude. While the Prince of Xiang's voice was still echoing over the plateau, many people had already begun to slowly stand up. These people were experts of the imperial court, several blue-clothed Taoists from Luoyang's Monastery of Eternal Spring, and experts from sects that had long since submitted to the imperial court. There were already several hundred of them. The most conspicuous of them all was the divine general that had been sitting next to the Prince of Xiang this entire time. This divine general had said nothing from start to finish, his expression indifferent, but he had attracted the attention of many people. This was because he had a very distinctive appearance. His eyebrows seemed to have been dyed as white as snow and chilled all who saw them. It was precisely because of his unique appearance that many people had recognized him. The White Tiger Divine General, Peak Star Condensation Cultivator, ranked second in the world among the Divine Generals. Chapter 895. The Imperial Court had made its stance clear. The hundreds of cultivators who had stood up with the White Tiger Divine General were also showing their attitude, and a very practical deterrence. The crowd became a little chaotic. Many sects looked around at their fellow Taoists, wanting to know what they would choose. Chun Chang Sheng looked at this scene and remained silent. No one knew what he was thinking. Hu 32 also felt that it would be best if the Pope could summon back the Black Dragon Protector and explain this matter, but for some reason, the Pope insisted on not doing this. He walked to Qin Changxing's side and softly said, "While the South Stream Temple Sword Array can protect us for a while, Your Holiness should summon Nank and escape." Chun Chang Sheng remained silent. He did not expect that the warning he had sensed yesterday at the stone wall of Holy Maiden Peak was actually directed at him. This plot was indeed terrifying. At least up until now, there were no obvious loopholes. He could already see very clearly that this plot was not just be Tianxin's death, but something even deeper. First of all, that person had used the closing of South Stream Temple to successfully throw his mind into disorder, causing him to take the risk of advancing alone, which was why he had fallen into a tight encirclement today. Otherwise, if it had been like in Winshui City, he would have brought several thousand Orthodoxy cavalry with him and even had Ling Haijiwang and Enlin, two prefects of the Orthodoxy, with precious treasures at his side. What did he have to fear? Then that person used the Black Frost Dragon's Deep Freeze Dragon Breath to kill Bi Tianxin, causing Bianghang and Wu Qiongbai to firmly believe that the true culprit was the Black Dragon. And that person knew beforehand that he could not summon Gigi to confront her, allowing Bianghang and Wu Qiongbai to confirm that he was the instigator of this murder, thus leading to the current situation. Only experts of the divine domain like Bianghang and Wu Qiongbai, grieving over the loss of their sons, would dare to attack the Pope. Only in this sort of situation could the Prince of Xiang and the imperial court find a sufficient excuse to make many people dare to show hostility and surround them. Yes, it wasn't that Chun Chang Sheng didn't want to summon Zizi to the scene for a confrontation, but he couldn't summon her now. The moment Bianghang extended his right hand and showed him the shattered bones that still contained the deep freeze dragon breath, he had already sent a message through his soul. But as soon as he left, he disappeared. Based on his previous plan and calculations of the journey, Gigi should be in White Emperor City at this time and should not be in any danger. But in that moment, he could only sense that she was still alive, but he could not contact her, much less have her come to Holy Maiden Peak. It was obvious that the other party had made extremely meticulous arrangements in advance, and it could even be said that they had calculated everything clearly. Who was that person? Chun Changsheng looked at the Prince of Xiang, the White Tiger Divine General, the blue-clothed Taoists, and the experts of the imperial court. He thought to himself, even if the instigator is not my master assuredly knows of this matter and is deeply involved. But, Master, do you really want me to die so badly? Do you still want me to die? Now, it seemed that this was indeed his last chance to leave. But he could not leave because he could not let the South Stream Temple disciples standing in front of him bitterly endure, because he had promised Suyurong that he would help her defend Holy Maiden Peak. The top of the cliff was dead silent. The white tiger divine general looked at him expressionlessly from afar. The green-robed Taoists from the monastery of Eternal Spring looked at him expressionlessly. Several hundred experts of the imperial court and cultivators looked at him expressionlessly. The Prince of Xiang impassively stared at him. Wu Qiong expressionlessly stared at him. Everyone impassively stared back at him. The scene seemed to freeze at this moment, losing all color. The cliff of the Cloud Peak seemed to lose all its liveliness. The atmosphere on the summit was incredibly oppressive and tense. "Senior brother, what should we do?" Bai Kai nervously asked as he looked around at the crowd. He did not recognize Chen Changsheng, much less that evil dragon of legend, so he was naturally unwilling to stick his head out. However, as a disciple of the Mount Li Sword sect, he naturally wanted to protect his senior and junior sisters of South Stream Temple. It was just that at the summit of the cliff, everyone seemed to be standing against Chen Changsheng and South Stream Temple. Mount Li had fewer people, so what use was that? Go Hanchi looked at the nervous South Stream Temple disciples on the platform and said, "If something unexpected happens, we naturally have to draw our swords and help." All the evidence was currently against Chen Changsheng, but he had never once thought that Chen Changsheng had truly killed Bitianxin, because he knew that Chen Changsheng was not this sort of person. Bai Kai believed that he understood his senior brother's meaning. His right hand rested on his sword hilt, and he sternly said, "Senior brother, be at ease. Even if I have to give up my life, I will protect my junior sisters." Go Hanchi replied, "I am speaking of His Holiness the Pope." Bai Kai was flabbergasted. Looking at him, he asked, "Then what will eldest brother think?" If senior brother were here, he would also do the same. Go Hanchi added, "Of course, senior brother's intelligence far surpasses yours and mine. If he were here, he might have already found a way to resolve this matter." The situation on the mountain was abnormally tense, and there was a high chance that a bitter melee would occur. However, this did not affect the other areas of Holy Maiden Peak. At the foot of Holy Maiden Peak, there was a mountain stream so clear that one could see the bottom. Two people were currently sitting on a rock by the stream, roasting fish. The slightly charred aroma of the fish drifted far away, attracting the calls of birds in the forest and the faint rustling sounds in the grass. The Qiushan clan head took a roast fish and earnestly examined it for a few moments. After confirming that it had not been drugged, he took a bite. "Why do you have to do this? You must know that if you miss out on such a good opportunity as today, you really will suffer the wrath of the heavens." He looked at the person by the campfire and said, "You've exiled yourself for 5 years. If you don't do anything and allow the situation to develop like this, the world will only know of Su Yurong and Qin Changsheng. How would they remember your name? Qiushan Jun." The man roasting fish was Qiushan Jun, Sloping Cliff Horse Farms, Luobu. After leaving Wenshui City, he returned to Mount Li. Under the intense request of his junior sister, he had finally shaved off all his beard, revealing his true appearance. It was very difficult to describe Qiushan Jun's appearance. In short, every time the Qiushan clan head saw Qiushan Jun's proud appearance, he would feel somewhat apprehensive. How could his son be so handsome? Qiushan Jun took down the second roast fish and took a delightful bite. Indistinctly he said, "It's not like I live to be remembered by others." The Qiushan clan head grumpily asked, then go into seclusion, "What are you doing here?" Qiushan Jun smiled but said nothing. Seeing him like this, the Qiushan clan head became even more angry, saying, "If I hadn't specifically come to stop you, you would probably already be on the mountain." Qiushan Jun replied, "It's probably very lively on the mountain right now, so I just wanted to go take a look." The Qiushan clan head resentfully said, "Do you think you can fool your father with these words? You just want to help Qin Changsheng break out of his trap. You really don't know how someone as selfish and cunning as me, a person with bad intentions all over his body, could have given birth to such a warm-hearted and virtuous fellow like you? Qiu Jun couldn't help but laugh. Lord Father, your words are truly interesting. The Qiu clan had angrily said, Don't worry about whether it's interesting or not. Just tell me if I'm right or not. Correct. I truly did intend to go up the mountain to break out of this trap, Qiu Jun said, because I felt that the person who set this trap was insulting my intelligence. Chapter 896. The head of the Qiu clan was somewhat shocked. He asked, Although I don't know who set up this trap, I do know how this matter has anything to do with you? Qiu Jun placed the roasted fish on the rock and very seriously explained, Sir, if this trap succeeds, doesn't that mean Qin Changxing is very stupid? The head of the Qiu clan said, Qin Changxing might have some talent in the path of the sword, cultivation, and knowledge, but in terms of intelligence, he's not even worthy of carrying your shoes. Qiu Jun somewhat helplessly said, I'm not planning on going up the mountain, so you don't need to think about using these methods to stall for time. The head of the Qiu clan beamed and said, Stupid. This was still an answer to the previous question. Qiu Jun said, Everyone knows that Yurong likes Qin Changxing very much. If Qin Changxing really is a crude and stupid guy, then wouldn't Yurong also seem very stupid? The head of the Qiu clan thought it over, then said, This kind of deduction doesn't have much logic, but it doesn't stop some people from really thinking this way. Qiu Jun said, then it settled, If Yurong is very stupid, then, as someone who likes her, isn't I even more stupid? The head of the Qiu clan was speechless. He said, Even if you want to help Qin Changxing break out of this trap, you don't have any proof. Are you going to use up your own reputation like you did in Wenshui City? It's not easy to raise a reputation. You can't casually throw it away on these small matters. Not to mention that Guy is your opponent. Qiu Jun laughed and said nothing more, beginning to focus on eating the roasted fish. At the peak of Holy Maiden Peak, clear light shone. A light breeze rustled the ivy on the stone walls, causing it to rustle. Then, a lot of rustling sounds came from the dense forest. Countless spirit beasts popped their heads out from the underbrush and pine needles. They opened their black eyes and looked at the direction of the stone wall. It seemed as if they knew that something big was about to happen. Countless rare birds flew over from the thousands of green mountains of the Luo Mei mountain range. They flew around the peak of the mountain, forming a beautiful ribbon. In the depths of the cave on the other side of the stone wall, the crystal stones that were spread on the ground like grains of sand were still shining with a dazzling luster. The flat bed that was carved from a piece of cold jade was even more eye-catching than the crystal stones on the ground. But what truly attracted everyone's attention was the beautiful woman sitting cross-legged on the jade bed. Su Yurong was meditating with her eyes closed. Her skin was as white as snow, so delicate that it seemed as if it could be broken by the wind. Under the reflection of the crystal pearls in the cave, her skin seemed to be transparent. Her slender eyelashes quietly rested on them, just like the first few green leaves of the camphor trees between the peaks and cliffs. Extremely beautiful. She didn't know what specific moment it was. It should have been when the breeze brushed against the green vines outside the stone wall. Her slender eyelashes seemed to also be brushed, and she gently blinked. Then she woke up. When she first woke up, her pair of moving eyes still had some remnant emotions, looking as innocent and naive as a child. Time flowed through her mind and body like water, and the slight feeling of loss in her eyes gradually faded, returning to her usual indifference and calmness. She was like a mountain forest that had been washed by the drizzle of the Qingming festival, brimming with a sense of freshness. As long as one glanced at it, it seemed as if they would never want to leave. Her gaze fell on the faded star plate in front of her. The complicated paths of the stars on the faded star plate began to revolve on their own, noiselessly combining and dispersing. In a very short period of time, over 30 different star diagrams had been drawn up, and the sea of stars that they ultimately pointed towards was vast, mysterious, and dangerous. Her expression became grave, and she looked towards a pot of flowers to her right. This pot of flowers was extremely bright, and between the tender green leaves there was an incomparably large, flourishing red flower. The contrast of the green leaves and the red flower should have been the most vulgar of scenes, but because this vulgarity had entered an extreme realm, it had instead sublimated into a certain kind of beauty that surpassed the surface. It even concealed some laws of the world, causing one to be moved. Great vulgarity was not necessarily great elegance, and there were many times when it was impossible to become great elegance. If it could be achieved, then perhaps it could be said, the great Tao was not far away. As she gazed at this pot of green leaves and red flowers, Su Yurong felt rather complex emotions. After a while, all her emotions vanished, leaving behind only indifference and calmness. This was true firmness and unwavering resolve. It was just that she could not help but feel some regret. She smiled and said, "It is a pity that it was not at its peak." The temple was not closed to observe the ceremony at Holy Maiden Peak, but at a plateau 10-some li away. While Chiu Shan Jun was roasting fish and Su Yurong was appreciating the flowers and comprehending the Tao, Qin Changsheng was facing an extremely dangerous trial. Currently, everyone believed that Jiji had killed Bi Tianxin. He naturally knew that this was not the case, but he had no evidence, and there was no way for Jiji to appear and confront her. Thus, in the view of many people, he had a guilty conscience, and this could even directly prove that he was the true instigator of that murder in the river gorge. The disciples of South Stream Temple formed a sword array and stood in front of him. It was believed that there were still some people who were willing to support him, like Go Hanshi and the disciples of the Mount Li Sword sect, like Scholatry Manor. But compared to the power of the imperial court represented by the Prince of Xiang and those sects and monasteries that only obeyed the orders of the imperial court, these people were truly too few in number. Crucially, his opponents this time were Biyanghong and Wu Chongbai, two experts of the divine domain. Moreover, they were so deeply grieved by the loss of their sons that they simply did not care about his identity. How could Qin Changsheng resolve this situation? Did he really have to rely on the South Stream Temple sword array to block, and then use the chaos to escape? It had to be known that no matter how powerful the South Stream Temple sword array was, it could not simultaneously block these true experts for too long, let alone the fact that they had so many enemies today. Everyone wanted to know what choice he would make, their minds constantly speculating. But the choice he made still exceeded everyone's expectations. Chen Changsheng looked at Biyanghong and said, "I understand that all the evidence points against me and Zhu Sha, but I naturally know that this matter was not done by her, much less done by me. However, I am willing to leave with Sir. Until the truth of this matter has been ascertained, I will continue to follow you." Many people were so shocked by these words that they were speechless. Following him was naturally not a simple action. It meant that he had given up all resistance and placed his life completely in Biyanghong's hands. To the Pope, this was naturally an enormous humiliation. More importantly, what if Biyanghong killed him? The Archbishop of the Southern Taoist Church suddenly paled and said in a trembling voice, "Your Holiness, absolutely not." Ping Xian and a few other disciples of South Stream Temple were flabbergasted, thinking, how can this be allowed? Hu 32 also expressed his disapproval. As an archbishop, he could not allow the Pope's safety to be in the hands of others. Tang 36 and Go Hanshi, on the other hand, remained silent, pensive. The people present who understood Chen Changxing the most were Tang 36 and Go Hanshi. They knew that Chen Changxing would not allow Holy Maiden Peak to flow with rivers of blood and countless casualties for the sake of his own safety. Thus, this was the only way to resolve this matter. But no one knew whether placing themselves in Biyanghong's hands was a successful risk or a foolish gamble. Biyanghong had a composed personality and a noble and unsullied character, but he was still a father. Would the pain of losing his son make him do something crazy? Chapter 897. The plateau gradually fell silent. Everyone turned to Byung-hong, wanting to know if he would accept Chen Chongqing's condition. Logically speaking, there was no reason for Byung-hong not to accept, as there was no harm to him. Byung-hong calmly asked Chen Chongqing, "You are so sure that I will not kill you on the spot?" Chen Chongqing calmly replied, "If Senior does not want the true culprit to escape, you will naturally not kill me." Wu Qiong harshly retorted, "Stop trying to be mysterious. I won't believe a scoundrel like you. As long as you dare to walk out from behind the sword array, I will definitely slap you to death." Chen Chongqing ignored her, only calmly gazed at Byung-hong, waiting for his reply. Byung-hong was quiet for a very long time, apparently somewhat moved. The plateau was extremely quiet. No one had expected Chen Chongqing to use this method to break out of this seemingly hopeless trap. His method seemed simple, but it was actually an unimaginable frankness and fearlessness. Only the most intelligent and courageous could use it. But there were some people who would not allow this to happen, like the instigator of this scheme or the participants in the scheme. The Prince of Xiang stood on the distant cliff, his hands held behind his back as he watched the activity in front of the platform. A hint of wariness appeared in his eyes as he lightly took a step forward. To many people, this was a very unremarkable step. Perhaps it was just the prince's urgent desire to know Byung-hong's answer. But to some people, this small step was a clear signal, signifying that the current situation needed to take another large step forward. With a howl, a gust of wind blew down the cliff, breaking through the array, causing the trees to sway and dust to rise. The White Tiger Divine General raised his right foot and walked forward. His boot landed on the ground, shattering the gray stone and creating a spiderweb of cracks. He broke through the dust and arrived several hundred zhang away. This step was truly very large. His eyes were pitch black like abysses, a cold and fierce qi shrouding his entire body. He raised his spear and thrust it at the South Stream Temple sword array. As the current second-ranked Divine General, although he was not at Xue Xingchuan's level, he was already sufficiently terrifying. A straight path appeared in the air where the spear had pointed. Countless white torrents rapidly revolved within it, rumbling toward the South Stream Temple disciples in front of the platform. In the face of this true expert at the peak of star condensation, in the face of this peerlessly fierce spear intent, the South Stream Temple disciples were thrown into disarray as they adjusted their positions. It was not because the White Tiger Divine General was stronger than Wu Qiongbai, but because his attack had been more sudden. Moreover, everyone knew that his attack represented the will of the imperial court. This spear had pierced the sword array, so how could it not strike the hearts of the South Stream Temple disciples? Byung-hong continued to ignore him. He only calmly stared into Chen Chongqing's eyes as if he wanted to see through his sea of consciousness. The Prince of Xiang placed his hands on his somewhat swollen waist, a ruthless glint in his eyes as he harshly yelled, "Sir, please reconsider!" No one knew what he was telling Byung-hong to think about. Not to kill Chen Chongqing, or not to accept Chen Chongqing's proposal. But everyone on the plateau could hear his voice because it was incredibly grand, like the toll of a bell. This was especially true for the people near the platform. The Mount Li Sword sect disciples and Scholatry Manor scholars with weaker cultivations instantly paled, their hearts vexed. The South Stream Temple disciples within the sword array felt like 5 claps of thunder had exploded in their ears. Their Dao hearts were thrown into disarray, and even the hands gripping their swords began to tremble. The blazing sun style, the great sound arrived. The White Tiger Divine General's spear was fiercely pressing down, and the Prince of Xiang was using the secret technique of the imperial clan to pressure it. The South Stream Temple sword array felt a terrifying pressure. But if this was all the South Stream Temple disciples could still hold on, could still tightly guard Chen Chongqing behind them. This was because the White Tiger Divine General and the Prince of Xiang had not truly attacked, only relying on spear energy and the blazing sun style to attack from a distance. This was not enough to break this famous sword array. But the South Stream Temple disciples had not expected, nor had Chen Chongqing, that the moment the sword array stabilized, two things happened. The Prince of Xiang's great sound of the blazing sun suddenly vanished, not even the lingering sound that should have been there. He silently smiled, as if he had not spoken at all. The White Tiger Divine General's spear energy also abruptly vanished. The spear fell back to the ground as if it had never attacked. The South Stream Temple Sword Array was currently circulating the energy of the Zhen Star, its awe-inspiring sword energy rising. Just when it was about to attack, it suddenly realized that its opponent had vanished, causing its circulation to pause. At this moment, a smoke-like figure rushed in from the back of the sword array. This person was Huaibai. The sturdiest and most defensive cities in the world were usually breached from the inside. No one had expected that the most senior martial grand aunt of South Stream Temple would work with outsiders to break her own sect's sword array. Even Huai Ren and Huai Shu appeared rather perplexed, thinking, could it be that junior sister is not willing to see her own disciples fight for the Li Palace, so she has resorted to this method? If an enemy could break the sword array by forcing their way in, then the South Stream Temple Sword Array would not have enjoyed such a reputation in the world. If someone attempted to break the sword array from the inside, they would instead encounter the sword array's greatest killing move. Just like now, Huaibai had borrowed the Prince of Xiang and the White Tiger Divine Generals helped to infiltrate the sword array. As long as the sword array was activated, the awe-inspiring sword chi that enveloped the plateau would only need a few exchanges to kill her. But some of the disciples in the sword array were Huaibai's martial nephews. Some were her true disciples, and even more were her grand disciples. How could they try to kill her? The disciples appeared panicked, not knowing how to respond. If they attacked with all their strength, would they not kill their martial grandaunt or martial ancestor? The South Stream Temple disciples did not know what to do, but Huaibai was fearless. Her attacks were like lightning, her fingers falling like mountains. In a few seconds, she had injured several disciples and seized the swords of tensome disciples. She transformed them into streams of light and threw them down the cliff. Without a sword in hand, how could a sword array be formed? The world-shaking sword array of South Stream Temple was thrown into chaos, a massive gap appearing in its center. Standing in the center of the plateau, Wu Qiongbai once more saw Chen Chongqing behind the sword array. Her hatred rose once more, and her rage blazed. How could she let go of such a good chance? She paid even less attention to Chen Chongqing's previous words. She flew through the air, her horsetail whisk stirring up a dreadful and silent wave of cold as it swatted at Chen Chongqing. Dog thief, hand over your life. How could one directly block the full-powered attack of an expert of the divine domain? There was no answer to this question. Whether it was Wang Pei in Xunyang City or that night in the snowy mountains, he had seemed to be able to resist a divine domain expert with his mortal body, but that had all been because of other reasons. For example, Zhu Luo had not used his full strength against Wang Pa, or the demon lord had been heavily injured and was no longer at 1/10 of his peak strength. Today was different. Wu Qiongbai was not injured. In order to avenge her son, her fighting spirit was at its strongest. It could even be said that this was the strongest attack of her life. Chen Chongqing still had countless tricks up his sleeve, countless treasures, and countless helpers. But at this moment, all of them were useless. Chapter 898. Chen Chongqing knew that even if he used all his techniques, he would still be incapable of blocking this cold wave of silent destruction. He had only one choice, and that was to retreat. The problem was that experts of the divine domain could freely traverse mountains and rivers, their speed reaching a level unimaginable to the average person. Unless one was a person with extraordinary talent like Nank, Suyurong or Jinyalu, or could barely maintain their speed for a while. Who could be faster? Wu Qiongbai flew to the front of the platform, her horsetail whisk about to fall. Chen Changsheng suddenly vanished from his original position, appearing several dozen zhang away in front of the mountain path, the stainless sword in hand. Wu Qiongbai's pressure continued forward, the aura of silent destruction blotting out the heavens and earth. The mountain path suddenly shattered, countless cracks appearing on the stone steps. A sword flash could be clearly seen on the plateau at the peak of the mountain. Chen Changsheng appeared on the other side of the sword flash and was already 200 yards away from the field. The aura that carried the aura of nirvanic extermination chased after him like a rain cloud. Just when he was about to be struck by that qi, Chen Changsheng vanished once more, his awe-inspiring sword intent tearing through the air as he appeared in front of a pile of rocks protruding from the edge of the plateau. Wu Qiongbai's horsetail whisk never fell, because she could not accurately lock onto his figure. He did not have the speed of Nank and Suyurong, but he was so fast because he was not using a movement technique, but the sword that he was most skilled in. The moment the South Stream Temple Sword Array fell into chaos and Wu Qiongbai flew through the air, he unsheathed the stainless sword. Then he performed 3 consecutive sword techniques without hesitation. During this process, he didn't pause at all, and he didn't even think about it. These 3 sword techniques were the true sword of the orthodoxy, the final move of the Mount Li sword style, and the hanging sunset of the 3 forms of Wenshui. These were the 3 most decisive sword techniques he could grasp. Of course, he had also added the Yesher step. Everyone who saw this sight was stunned. Many people knew of Chen Changsheng's talent in the sword, and some even believed that although he was young, he could already be called a grandmaster of the sword. But not many people had personally witnessed him use the sword. Only today did they realize that the Pope's cultivation in the sword was truly unfathomable. Even when pursued by an expert of the divine domain at full strength, he could still use his own sword energy to move the crowd and respond so casually and naturally. In the blink of an eye, Chen Changsheng was several li away. In front of the cliff, he had successfully avoided Wu Qiongbai's most berserk killing blow. But his sword energy had been exhausted, and even more troublesome was that Wu Qiongbai had forced him into a corner of the terrain. How could he escape? Wu Qiongbai flew in front of him. Her pressure was slightly weaker than it had been at the start, but her killing intent was even stronger. Heaven and earth responded. Dark clouds shrouded the top of the cliff, and the light was dim. A fierce shout filled with resentment tore through the gloomy clouds and resounded throughout the world. Die! She waved her horsetail whisk towards Chen Changsheng. Countless tiny bolts of lightning lit up in the strands of the horsetail whisk, emitting terrifying crackling sounds. The lightning illuminated her pale face, which was filled with resentment. She looked like a ferocious ghost, frightening anyone who saw her. Just as the horsetail whisk was about to land on Chen Changsheng's body, a sword light once again cut through the gloomy sky. This sword light wasn't particularly bright. In fact, it was a little dim, but it gave off a very reliable feeling. The stainless sword was already connected to the vault sheath, transforming into a long sword. This was the stainless sword's strongest form, and it was also the form Chen Changsheng would choose in a desperate situation. This sword light did not originate from the swing of the sword, but from the sword itself. Chen Changsheng's left hand gripped the hilt, his left hand gripped the tip of the blade, and he held the sword horizontally in front of him. His 2 hands were extremely steady, not trembling in the slightest. This horizontal stroke was the chain, the river dike. This was the 3rd sword that Su Li had passed on to him, the stupid sword whose name had already shaken the world. The horsetail whisk landed on the sword. In a flash, a few extremely fine traces of corrosion appeared on the sword that seemed to have been washed 10,000 times. The stainless sword was forged from the most precious true dragon whisker of the golden dragon. It was absolutely smooth, without the slightest trace of filth or blood. It was absolutely hard, impossible for anything to crack it. It could be called the perfect material for a sword, able to enter the tier of legendary weapons the moment it was born. But now, it seemed like it could no longer endure it. Why? Those traces of corrosion came from the lightning and the berserk chi of silent destruction carried by the horsetail whisk. Those lightning and chi had not truly destroyed the material of the stainless sword, but they had destroyed the sword intention Changsheng had attached to it. The berserk chi of silent destruction that came from the boundless depths of the sea had easily destroyed the serene sword intent that had come from Xining Village's old temple. This did not mean that the former was superior to the latter, but that Wu Qiangbai's cultivation level was much higher than Qin Changsheng's. The threshold was very high, and it was forged from iron, making it impossible to casually cross. Anyone who bravely attempted to cross it would often end up with their heads broken and bleeding. There was a loud bang. Violent gales whistled through the cliff, causing a few parasol trees to be minced into pieces, and over 10 cultivators that weren't able to dodge in time were directly blasted off the cliff. Shrill cries resounded abruptly before stopping abruptly. Presumably, their meridians had been severed in midair, and they'd lost all vitality. With his sword intent destroyed and powerless to continue, the stainless sword was jolted back with the vault sheath, striking Chen Changxing in the chest. With a muffled thud, Qin Changxing crashed into a pile of rocks, his face pale and his expression somewhat gloomy. If he had not relied on his 3 swords to avoid the peak of Wu Qiangbai's power, he would assuredly have been heavily injured and would have found it difficult to rise again. Of course, the most important reason was that he had bathed in the true blood of the Black Frost Dragon. Otherwise, even if he had undergone a perfect purification, he would not have been able to endure it. A sharp howl suffused with ruthlessness burst from Wu Qiangbai's thin lips. This howl carried the joy of killing an enemy, as well as boundless hatred. She would not give Qin Changxing any chance to counterattack, nor would she give anyone else a chance to save him. The horsetail whisk exuded countless strands of qi of silent destruction as it descended upon Qin Changxing. Countless green lotus leaves appeared in the air, cutting off the surroundings. Go Hanqi's expression flickered. Shrouded in the radiance of the stars, he flew through the air. His sword was already in his hand, but it was clearly too late. Hu 32 and the bishop of the Southern Church also flew in that direction. The disciples of South Stream Temple paled in fright and cried out in alarm. They wanted to hurry over, but they were even slower. Who could save Qin Changxing at this time? Strangely, Tang 36 did not move. He stared at the fierce red in the center of the plateau, his hand gripping his most powerful, life-saving magical artifact. It was a mystery what he was thinking. Strangely, Bianghong also did not move. He calmly gazed at a certain place outside the cliff, as if still pondering Qin Changxing's previous words. His wife was about to kill the enemy who had killed his son. No matter what his emotions were, he should be looking in that direction. Just what was he thinking? Where was he looking? Or perhaps, who was he waiting for? Chapter 899. In the view of the Prince of Xiang and a few people who thought they knew the inside story, Bianghong was acting as a guard for Wu Qiangbei. After all, Qin Changsheng was not an ordinary person. He was the Pope. In order to kill a Pope, there was a high chance of encountering an extremely unexpected situation. And to kill a Pope, one had to prevent all accidents from occurring. For example, that knife. Even now, no one knew whether or not the blade had come to Holy Maiden Peak. Similarly, no one knew whether or not the blade would descend from the sky without warning in the next moment and then chop down everything in the world it wanted to chop down, just like it had done in the capital by the Luo River. Who could save him now? Qin Changsheng didn't think about this matter. In Wenshui City, he knew that the blade had always been outside the city because it had been his request. Afterwards, when he went from Fengyang City to Holy Maiden Peak, he had been in too much of a hurry and hadn't had a chance to notify her. ever since he found out about his fate at the age of 10. No matter how dangerous the situation was, such as the night that represented death, he was used to facing it alone. If you entrust your fate to others, then it means that you can't control your own destiny. He did not want to be such a person. He was not such a person. From the beginning to the end, he placed his hopes in his own hands. As he gazed at the lotus sea that concealed boundless danger and sensed the aura that was filled with the aura of nirvanic annihilation, he knew that he could no longer conceal his strength. In front of an expert of the divine domain, any scheme or concealment would be viewed with contempt and would assuredly be punished. His right hand was still holding onto the hilt of his sword, and the countless swords in the scabbard were ready to turn into a sky full of flowing lights at any time. His left hand was already raised, and the countless monsters in the Garden of Zhou were already prepared. At any time, they could transform into a mountain of water and charge over. In the Garden of Zhou, Nank had already made her preparations. On his wrist, the heavenly tome monoliths were already ready. He believed that Zheshio, who had not appeared this entire time, had already made his preparations. There was also the yellow paper umbrella, the falling star stone, and the orthodoxy's divine staff. No one had ever seen all of Chen Chongqing's methods. Even on that night in the snowy mountains, when he faced the legendary demon lord, he still had many techniques that he had not used. In his original thoughts, these methods should be used on a certain elder. Now, it seemed that he had no choice but to appear in this world ahead of time. Even so, could he block the full power attack of an expert of the divine domain? He wasn't confident because the threshold was too high. The heavens and earth were not confident either. Otherwise, why would there be so many people rushing over? Are those people anxious, desperate, or prematurely grieving? Suddenly, the world changed color. The thick, dark clouds were painted with a touch of golden light. The gloomy sky became incomparably bright. The forest in the mountains began to burn. The anxious, desperate, sorrowful look was replaced by shock. Everyone looked up at the sky. A straight line of fire appeared in the sky. The line of fire was very long, and it started from the side covered by the clouds. Anyone who had come to South Stream Temple could guess that this was the summit of Holy Maiden Peak. The line of fire extended to the cliff plateau at an unimaginable speed, looking like the burning trace of a falling meteorite. No one had time to react. They could only see the line of fire fall on the edge of the cliff platform. The fragments of the wudong tree that had been shattered earlier burst into flames, sending out countless sparks, light, and heat. A pair of extremely beautiful phoenix wings fluttered in the flames. A clear and resounding phoenix cry resounded through the world. An unimaginable number of sparks brimming with the chi of life shot toward the lotus, sea brimming with the aura of stillness. Countless sword images flickered in and out of existence, rising and falling, but there was nothing strange about them. On the contrary, they seemed upright, dignified and divine to the extreme. The two chis collided. It was like a god returning from the sea of stars had rung a massive bell. The fierce sound was transmitted to the Tong River several dozen li away. The surface of the river surged with countless waves. The fishermen in the boats and the townspeople kneeled in fear and prayed. On the plateau, the cultivators that were slightly closer and possessed comparatively weaker cultivations were even knocked out by the force of the collision. After some time, the terrifying torrents of chi gradually calmed. The burning sparks gradually extinguished, but the traces of light did not fade. As they gazed at those still dignified and fierce sword intents in the light, those incredibly exquisite sword slashes, many people recalled a famous sight. It was that battle on the capital's bridge of helplessness several years ago, that snowy battle. Seeing that slender figure in the dust, the crowd was abnormally shocked and vaguely guessed at what had happened. Countless sword intents in the light. Only when the dust settled did they return to one sword. It truly was the legendary sword of great light. It truly was the holy maiden Su Yorong. Su Yorong and Chen Chongqing stood side by side on the cliff, facing Wu Qiongbai. Chen Chongqing gripped the stainless sword while Su Yorong gripped the temple sword. Their faces were somewhat pale, probably from injuries, but their expressions were still calm. The plateau was absolutely silent. Everyone was shocked, speechless, not daring to believe their eyes. They felt that what they were seeing was not real. The holy maiden had come out of seclusion early. Did she not know how great of a price she would have to pay? Could this possibly bring irreversible harm to her cultivation? The crowd turned to Qin Chongsheng and guessed at the reason she had come out early. Only now did they realize that those rumors were true. They couldn't help but feel extremely complicated. There was some envy, some yearning, but most of all jealousy. Of course, there was also another possibility. Su Yorong had already entered the divine domain, so she had come out of seclusion. The problem was, who could accomplish this in 2 short years? Chuan Xuanba could not, Emperor Taizong could not, Wang Jitsu could not, and not even Zhou Dufu could. The facts proved that Su Yorong truly had not succeeded. As the light gradually dimmed, the qi she exuded became increasingly clear. Although it was holy and profound, it was still an insurmountable distance from that threshold. If this was the case, how could she possibly block the full-force attack of an expert of the divine domain? This was the matter that shocked the crowd the most. The one most shocked was Wu Qiongbai, because she was the one involved. She looked at Su Yorong and Qin Chongqing standing side by side, her face slightly pale and her eyes extremely deep. The temple sword truly was formidable, hiding boundless sword intent in boundless light. Purely in terms of technique, it could be called the world's most formidable sword style. But if this was all, Su Yorong would simply not have been able to block her full-force attack. Under the crushing pressure of absolute cultivation levels, even the most exquisite sword style was meaningless. But just when she was prepared to use the Tao of silent extinction in the Lotus Sea to suppress her opponent, another sword intent had entered the battle. It was naturally Qin Chongqing's sword. As Qin Chongqing's sword intent entered, Su Yorong's sword of great light actually became even more mellow and perfect. It was to the extent that when she swung the temple sword, it faintly seemed to exude a divine aura. What made her even more shocked and uneasy was that the sword energy of the sword of great light suddenly exploded, becoming several times stronger. Just what was going on here? Chapter 900. Wu Qiongbai could not think of an answer, could not understand how these 2 juniors, working together, could block an attack that she had gathered her entire life's cultivation. If even she, the person involved, could not understand, then those people on the plateau who had not even had the time to see clearly were naturally even more confused. In reality, even Qin Chongsheng and Su Yorong themselves didn't understand how all of this had happened. They glanced at each other. They had their own guesses, but they did not dare to believe them. This is impossible. Wu Qiongbai was furious and unwilling to accept this. She swung her horsetail whisk once more at the ground. The green lotus leaves madly danced, exuding an aura of silent extinction. Massive waves seemed to rise from the sea and wreak havoc on the shore. It was like the laws of the world had enveloped the plateau. If it were a cultivator of slightly weaker cultivation, let alone resisting, just seeing this sight would have their Tao hearts pulverized and they would not be able to muster the will to fight. Go Hanchi, who 32, and the others knew that a battle of this level could no longer be interrupted, so they stopped on the outskirts. This battle had entered its most crucial moment. Tang 36 could no longer control his emotions. He no longer stared at Byonghong, but at the other side. The disciples of South Stream Temple, the experts of the imperial court, the guardians of the 2 great clans, the elders of the sects of the south, everyone was looking in that direction. The cultivators on the plateau all had their own standpoints, their own inclinations, but at this moment, all of them strangely felt the same sort of expectation. Such a thing had never happened before. It was far too shocking, and logically speaking, it was absurd. But today, everyone had seen it with their own eyes. Since it had happened once, would it happen again? The winds howled as Wu Qiong-bai's horsetail whisk, carrying that seemingly real yet illusory sea of silent extinction, rumbled toward Chen Changxing and Su Yurong. The temple's sword flew through the air, sprinkling down countless holy rays of light upon the Lotus Sea, making it particularly bright and beautiful. At the same time, or perhaps only for an extremely brief moment, the stainless sword also flew through the air, closely following the temple sword, burning with countless flames. The two sword glows reflected each other, illuminating the gloomy Lotus Sea. The two sword intents confirmed each other and became even fiercer than before. They were extremely awe-inspiring, and they slashed open a large gap in the aura of death that enveloped the plateau. Qin Changsheng and Su Yurong's two sword arts seemed to have combined into a single sword art. No, to be more accurate, their swords seemed to have become one sword. His sword momentum suddenly increased by countless times. Even if the Lotus Sea was the real Dharma and logos of heaven and earth, it seemed to be able to cut it open. Smoke and dust rose and then gradually fell. Qin Changsheng stood in front of Su Yurong. A trickle of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. His clothes had several holes. He had sustained heavy injuries. Su Yurong's hair was also a little messy. A few strands of hair fluttered in the wind, covering half of her beautiful eyes. Wu Qiong-bai was also in a rather sorry state. The front lapel of her Taoist robe had been torn off and her Taoist bun had come undone. Her hair draped over her shoulders and drifted about in the wind. None of this was important. More importantly, Qin Changsheng and Su Yurong didn't take a single step back. Wu Qiong-bai had not taken a single step forward. The two sides were tied. Anyone could see this, and it was also impossible for anyone to believe, even if this was their second time seeing it. Two cultivators who had not yet stepped into the divine domain had actually managed to fight to a draw with an expert of the divine domain in a head-on battle. They had not relied on any divine artifact or technique, only on their own cultivation in the path of the sword and their level of cultivation. This was something that had never happened in history. Ever since the heavenly tome monoliths had landed on the central continent, it had never happened. The plateau was still quiet, not a single sound, because everyone was too shocked. Whether it was Go Hanshi or the vice principal of Scholatry Manor, whether it was the old lady of the Mutual clan or the head of the Wu clan, whether it was the White Tiger Divine General or the Prince of Xiang, they were all shocked, speechless. No one noticed that in a corner of the plateau, a blue-clothed cultivator wearing a bamboo hat and a blue-clothed cultivator from a small sect of the south was moving closer to the battlefield. No one noticed that in the imperial court's diplomatic mission, an extremely unremarkable soldier was moving closer to the White Tiger Divine General. Wu Qiong-bai landed on the plateau and gazed at the horsetail whisk in her hand, a rather perplexed expression on her face. She had immersed herself in the divine domain for many years, and her cultivation history was even longer. Who knew how many bizarre things she had seen? But none of these events had dealt a greater mental blow to her than the events of the last 2 days. How could someone dare to kill my most beloved son? How could these two juniors be able to fight to a draw with me? She recalled all the sword styles she had seen in her life in her sea of consciousness, but she still could not understand what was going on. Previously, Su Yurong had probably used the 8 forms of the opening vegetarian style of South Stream Temple, while Qin Changsheng had probably used the blazing sword that Su Li had passed on to him, not to mention the similarities between these two sword techniques. It could even be said that in terms of sword intents and techniques, they were diametrically opposed, completely incompatible. So why was it that when these two sword techniques were combined, they could coordinate so well? This was absolutely not an ordinary joint sword strike. The degree of perfection of this kind of cooperation could even be said to have far exceeded the degree of intentional cooperation. It was more like some kind of natural movement that secretly catered to the laws and principles of the world. Their defense could be said to be flawless. and their offense was indescribably mysterious. The sword momentum rose abruptly, and its might increased by more than a few times. Just like Wu Qiongbai, many insightful true experts on the plateau were pondering this question. Qin Changxing and Su Yurong were also thinking. The first time, when Su Yurong broke out of seclusion, the fire phoenix swiftly dancing, she had originally wanted to rely on the sword intent she had accumulated in her 2 years of seclusion to force her way through. She had not expected that Chen Changxing's following attack would have such a massive effect. When his sword and her sword met in the world, they seemed to form some sort of connection. It was a very mysterious connection, very difficult to describe with words. It could only be sensed. The sword styles they used were different, but because of this connection, they naturally cooperated. Even their sword intents seemed to fuse into one. The second time, this feeling was even more obvious and clear. They could accurately sense what the other was thinking. The two swords also seemed to be able to determine the trajectory and angle of the other. Their sword techniques were still different, but their sword intents were interlinked. It was like two beautiful stones hidden beneath a mossy crust had, through the grinding of each other, revealed their true appearance, and then fused into one peerless piece of jade. But just what was going on here? How had all of this happened? Su Yurong smiled at him and asked, "When did you learn the Unity Sword art?" Qin Changxing replied, "Yesterday I went to the summit to see you. I had nothing better to do, so I read a few books. At Xixing's request, this chapter ends here. It is said that this will make it seem more accented." Chapter 901. Some of the people from the sects hurriedly descended the mountain to search for the disciples who had been thrown off the cliff. The majority of the people remained where they were, still immersed in the shock of those scenes. When they suddenly heard Su Yurong and Qin Changxing's conversation, they were even more shocked. The Prince of Xiang's expression chilled as he thought, "Qin Changxing truly is a genius of the sword. He only needed 2 days to learn the Unity Sword art of South Stream Temple." The White Tiger Divine General's eyes grew even more awe-inspiring, a hint of killing intent flitting through them. It was clear that the level of the sword Qin Changxing had displayed had only made his killing intent even more intense. The disciples of South Stream Temple were even more shocked and ashamed. They had cultivated the Unity Sword art since they were children, but it was far inferior to what the Pope had comprehended in 2 days. Huai Rin and Huai Shu even felt a little apprehensive, while Huai Bai shrieked in disbelief, "This can't be the Unity Sword art." The Unity Sword art was a secret technique of South Stream Temple, and also the foundation of the South Stream Temple sword array. It had extremely high demands on the user, and she simply did not believe that Qin Changxing could learn the secret technique of South Stream Temple in 2 short days. Moreover, even the Unity Sword art could not possess such power that it could directly contend against an expert of the divine domain. A fierce gust of wind suddenly swept over the plateau, obscuring the surroundings with gravel and broken leaves. Cries of alarm rose up once more. No one noticed that Wu Qiongbai had noiselessly flown over the pile of rocks and was once more attacking Qin Changxing and Su Yurong. She had completely disregarded her status and launched a sneak attack. 2 sword glows shot up at the same time, like 2 pure rainbows hanging between the mountains, the crisp cries of swords echoing through the air. Qin Changxing and Su Yurong's swords fused together. This time, they seemed even more casual and natural, the sword intent contained within them even more profound and unfathomable. Wu Qiongbai gave an angry and unwilling grunt. Incapable of breaking through the 2 sword glows, she was forced back to the ground. With a light clap, a hole about half a foot deep appeared on the plateau. The stone hole was surrounded by straight and sharp sword slashes. The clouds on the plateau had also been torn apart by the soaring sword intent. Strands of them floated motionlessly in the air, also like sword slashes. These sword slashes were the afterimages of sword intent. For them to appear in the world, One could imagine just how awe-inspiring this sword intent was. It was still a draw. Wu Qiong by thought of her son who had died a miserable death, and her face paled. She was filled with unwillingness and anger. Staring at the blue sky, she harshly shouted, "Do you not have eyes?" Qin Changsheng and Su Yurong stood side by side, looked at each other, and smiled. The two of them recalled the feeling when the two swords merged together and felt very carefree. Their minds were wide open, and life was wonderful. Nothing could be better than this. They truly had used the unity sword art, but it was not that simple. Just as Huai Bai refused to believe the unity sword art of South Stream Temple could indeed multiply the power of sword techniques, but it could not achieve the world-shaking level they had achieved today. Yesterday, when Chun Changsheng saw the unity sword art used by the two girls of South Stream Temple at the mountain gate, he felt that there was something wrong. At the peak of Holy Maiden Peak, he had already vaguely guessed the origin of this matter. Today, his guess was finally proven. He sighed and said, "I didn't think that it could be used in reverse." Su Yurong said, "I was just bored and wanted to give it a try. I didn't expect that I would be able to cooperate with you." Chun Changxing said, "Maybe it's because I memorized it backwards." Su Yurong said, "I forgot." Chun Changxing said it was very risky. Su Yurong had greatly modified the unity sword art. It was very risky and could even be described as a gamble. This modified unity sword art required the swordsmen to have absolute trust in each other. If their minds were completely linked, the power would be enormous. On the other hand, if there was even the slightest doubt in each other, not only would this sword art fail, it would even bring great danger to the swordsmen. Absolute trust and telepathy had always been a very difficult task. Even among the South Stream Temple disciples who had cultivated the unity sword art for many years and were able to form a sword array, only an extremely small number of them were able to do it. Logically speaking, someone of Holy Maiden Su Yurong's status should not have made such a risky transformation. However, Chun Changxing now knew that the woman he loved was not the pure and holy fairy that was untainted by the mortal world, but a girl who liked to gamble, so he was not surprised. Of course, this was only the foundation of cultivating the unity sword art. For example, the two South Stream Temple girls at the mountain gate last night could increase the power of the unity sword art, but they could not do what Su Yurong and Qin Changxing had done. This was because the unity sword art had far too high of a demand on the swordsmen. Su Yurong's modification of the unity sword art originated from her experience with Chun Changsheng in the garden of Zhou many years ago when she and Chun Changsheng cultivated the having blade style together. At the time, she had memorized the first move of the having blade style, while Qin Changsheng had memorized it from the last move until they finally met. She placed all the comprehensions from this experience into the modified unity sword art. Another year, she and Qin Changsheng met in the Mausoleum of Books, quietly discussing and comprehending in front of the monolith hut. She also placed all that she had learned into the modified unity sword art. This was the condensation of the most essential knowledge of a cultivating genius, and it was also a memory of the past, a longing for a certain person. Chun Changsheng's mind was linked with hers, and they had absolute trust in each other. He was a participant in those experiences. He had learned the having blade style and shared his understanding of the monolith inscriptions. Those comprehensions and Tao were their shared memories and past. He could accurately know what she wanted to do and could act accordingly. In order to learn this sword style, one first had to learn the unity sword art, and then they had to cultivate and comprehend together in front of the heavenly tone monoliths. Finally, one had to learn the having blade style. The foundation of all this was absolute trust in each other. In the entire world, in the last 1,000 years, only Qin Changsheng and Su Yurong could fulfill these conditions. Thus, in this world, only he and she could use this sword style. It was just like how the plateau was filled with people, but they only had eyes for each other. Those people were all looking at them. A cool breeze blew. Qin Changsheng and Su Yurong stood side by side, their expressions calm, their eyes clear and bright, their sleeves drifting in the wind. They truly were a pair made for each other. They truly were an immortal couple. A voice resounded over the plateau. The Taoist canon once recorded the art of harmonizing the two swords, each one filled with mystical words. However, in the last 1,000 years, no one has ever personally seen it. Seeing it today, it truly is incomparably profound. Byung-hong continued, I have to admit that the two of you are truly a match made in heaven. Hearing this, a lot of people felt that it was very reasonable. These words couldn't be more suitable for Qin Changsheng and Su Yurong. One was the Pope, the other the Holy Maiden of the South. The two of them had once been engaged, and after countless incidents, they still found each other agreeable. They were both geniuses of cultivation, both of them reaching star condensation in their youth. Now, with their harmonized swords, they could even contend against an expert of the divine domain. In every aspect, Qin Changsheng and Su Yurong were worthy of being described as a match made in heaven. Go Hanshi by Kai and the other disciples of the Mount Li sword sect were still stunned by Qin Changsheng and Su Yurong's sword style. But upon hearing these words, they couldn't help but sigh with emotion. If eldest brother were to see today's scene and hear these words, he wouldn't know what to think. At any other time, to be able to personally witness such a mystical sword style, besides sighing in praise, I would drink 3 cups of wine to liven things up. Alas, it's not possible today. Byung-hong paused, then continued, Although my son is neither virtuous nor filial, I am his father, so I have to do a few things for him. Chapter 902. Through the faded star plate, Su Yurong had already deduced a few problems. As she listened to Qin Changsheng's explanation, she quickly understood what had happened. She naturally believed Qin Changsheng's words, but just when she was prepared to speak, she saw the exhaustion on Byung-hong's face and the specks of white hair on his temples. She couldn't help but freeze. The pain of losing a son was truly the hardest thing in the world to endure. Byung-hong walked behind Wu Qiongbai and gently patted her on the shoulder. Rest for a while. Wu Qiongbai had not been able to kill Qin Changsheng, had not even been able to defeat him and Su Yurong working together. She was still furious and unwilling, her mood extremely irritable. When she heard these words, she felt both wronged and pained. Sobbing, she shouted, You're still willing to come out. These words were true. Given Byung-hong's strength, if he had used his full strength at the very beginning, let alone Su Yurong and the girls of South Stream Temple, even if that metal blade had truly arrived at Holy Maiden Peak, it still would not have been able to stop this couple from killing Qin Changsheng. Now he finally came out. Of the storms of the 8 directions, Byung-hong's fighting strength had been ranked at the very front. Even the Tianhai divine Empress admired him. Could Qin Changsheng and Su Yurong still stand a chance against a true expert of the continent? If I give you one more day, no, maybe only a few moves, your harmonious twin swords will be completely proficient, and there will be no more loopholes. Neither I nor anyone else will be able to do anything to you. So I'm sorry, I can't give you this chance. Byung-hong looked at Qin Changsheng and Su Yurong and said, I will strive to separate you in one move and then defeat you. The moment he finished speaking, he had already attacked Qin Changsheng. A small red flower was tied to the pinky finger of his right hand. The entire continent knew that this red flower was Byung-hong's most powerful weapon, the essence of his entire life's cultivation. In the past, beneath the mausoleum of books, the Tianhai Divine Empress's storm fist had killed Guan Xingke with a single punch. Byung-hong had relied on this red flower to barely manage to receive the other punch. When Byung-hong attacked, the red flower very naturally began to sway, arriving about half a foot in front of his finger. The little red flower arrived in front of Qin Changsheng even faster than his hand. Qin Changsheng could already see the sparkling water droplets on the petals. He didn't even have time to think. The stainless sword stabbed forward, noiselessly tearing through the air and leaving behind a bright streak of light on the plateau. This time he used the intellectual sword, using the irregular orbit to avoid the red flower. His ultimate goal was Byung-hong's forehead. At the same time, Su-yorong's temple sword also pierced through the air. Silent and lightless, it trembled in the wind, seeming somewhat weak. She used the small building sword. It was said that in the past, a certain senior of the South Stream Temple lived in a separate building on the upper reaches of the flower stream. On a certain winter day, he observed the silently blooming wintersuite and was inspired to create this sword style. This sword style triumphed through ingenuity. It was silent, yet beautiful. It seemed delicate, but in reality it was very tough. There was no connection between the intellectual sword and Xiaozhu sword, and there was no connection between their sword essences. However, just like the previous few times, when Chen Chongsheng's sword and Su Yurong's sword simultaneously appeared on the plateau, the two sword arts seemed to have undergone some kind of magical transformation. They perfectly merged into one, and no loopholes could be found. Chen Chongsheng, Su Yurong, and Wu Qiong by clashed several times while Byung-hong watched from the side. He could tell that this was a united sword style based on the unity sword art of South Stream Temple, but he did not understand exactly why this united sword style could allow two completely different sword techniques and sword intents to fuse together, causing their power to soar. Only now, when he faced that bright sword glow and the delicate sword silhouette that followed it, did he vaguely grasp the principle behind it. This profound and indescribable feeling was not a sword style or a sword technique. It was more like a technique that was completely different from the path of the sword, an even more direct technique. This technique was incomparably powerful and profound. It was like a torrential rain in the sky, or like a flying goose descending upon the magma covering the ground. It was ruthless to the extreme, brimming with killing intent. Once it was used, it seemed like it could sever all things in the world, all connections. But Chen Chongsheng and Su Yurong seemed to be using this technique in reverse. The torrential rain fell into the magma, the damp mist gradually turning into calm, clear water. The mountain pass condensed into a blue lake, the shores of which grew countless green plants, exuberant with life. This technique, that should have severed all connections in the world, in their hands, could reconnect all separated things in the world. Byung-hong could not recall a Taoist technique like this in Holy Maiden Peak, the Li Palace, or the 10,000 Years Pavilion. He had not even seen any records of it. In the present world, besides Chen Chongsheng and Su Yurong, only Wang Pa or Wang Jitsa, who had suddenly returned to the mortal world, could recognize this technique. But to Byung-hong, in order to break Chen Chongsheng and Su Yurong's sword style, the most important thing was not to comprehend it, but to break it. Even if he could not completely comprehend it for the time being, he could rely on his cultivation level and his abundant true essence to forcefully break their sword style. The seemingly delicate little red flower came to the sky full of sword shadows. Suddenly, the little red flower seemed to become incredibly heavy, its advance greatly slowed. Even space itself seemed to distort under the weight of the little red flower. Sand and stone madly tumbled and the winds howled. The sword shadows that filled the sky were affected by this and froze for a moment. The momentum of the swords was still like a majestic mountain, but it was no longer as perfect as it was before. It was like an endless mountain range, like two green mountains facing each other across the river gorge. A gap, or rather, a passageway had appeared between them. This gap disappeared in the blink of an eye. Any other cultivator would be unable to use it, even if they could see it. But Byung-hong was an expert of immense cultivation, and the gap in his opponent's sword energy had been created by him in the first place. The somewhat slow red flower suddenly sped up, bringing with it a dark red streak of light as it attacked Chen Chongsheng's face. If Chen Chongsheng and Su Yurong continued with their previous sword technique, even if their sword energy could once more become unshakable, they would no longer be able to keep the little red flower out. Without hesitation, Qin Changsheng abandoned the intellectual sword, bringing it back to his eyes like a bolt of lightning. He was not using the stupid sword, but borrowing the sword to cleave through the air. An extremely clear and sharp sword chime resounded across the plateau. It was the descent of heavenly music that he had used in his duel with Su Yurong on the capital's bridge of helplessness. The moment Qin Changxing drew back his sword, Su Yurong's mind was connected to his. Without hesitation, she dispersed the little construct sword and used the temple sword to stab at a certain place in the air. She had no time to return her sword to its sheath, so she used the world as a sheath. This action was returning the sword. Her action of returning the sword seemed to be broken down into countless images and then reassembled. The sword, imbued with true essence, was constantly colliding with the air, grinding against each other and emitting countless sword cries. When these sword cries came together, they became a long and archaic sword cry. This was the first sword she had used on the capital's bridge of helplessness. The Southern Sea Sword Cry. Chapter 903. Back then, in the snowstorm on the bridge of helplessness, her Southern Sea Sword chant and Qin Changxing's descent of heavenly music were opponents. But today they were comrades. And these two sword styles had both originated from South Stream Temple, so they were naturally close. The cries of the swords accompanied the cries of the swords, lingering and changing. The cries became more and more impassioned, until they became sharp and thin and then disappeared. Not being able to hear did not mean that there was no sound. It was just that the frequency at which the two swords vibrated was too high. It had already exceeded the range that ordinary people could hear. People couldn't hear it, but the flowers could. As the soundless sound wave attacked, the little red flower suddenly stopped, as if it was being blown by the wind, and began to sway. The petals trembled at a speed that could not be seen by the naked eye, and the sparkling water droplets were shaken into even finer particles, splashing in all directions. The seemingly weak droplets of water actually contained Byung Hong's vigorous true qi. Qin Changxing and Su Yurong's awe-inspiring sword intents were extremely swift. There might no less than that of an arrow. On the plateau, there were countless shrill sounds of air being torn and the sound of skin being torn. Numerous small holes appeared on the hard cliff rocks and the ground. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked speechless. Their faces were pale, and they thought to themselves how miserable it would be if they were the ones on the scene. The little red flower floated quietly in the air, still delicate and weak. Because of the departure of the water droplets, it seemed a little weary, but it was far from dispersing. Regardless of whether it was the sword hum or the sword chime, there would always be a moment when it would stop. When that happened, what would Qin Changxing and Su Yurong rely on to resist Byung Hong's powerful attacks? Qin Changxing knew that he couldn't let the situation continue like this. With a slight movement of his divine sense, a stone flew out from his sleeve and smashed towards the little red flower. This was not a stone pearl formed from the heavenly tome monoliths, but a white heaven stone that was deeply connected to the heavenly tome monoliths. This white heaven stone was incomparably round, its edges inlaid with an extremely complex array of black gold. It was extremely beautiful, and it was one of the orthodoxy's treasures, the falling star stone. With Qin Changxing's current cultivation, he was far from being able to display the true power of the heavenly tome monoliths, so he chose the falling star stone. As far as he knew, the falling star stone seemed to be able to deal with that little red flower. An ancient power that seemed to come from ancient times appeared on the plateau along with the falling star stone. Countless cold winds poured into the falling star stone, and the gravel on the ground that had just stopped rolling started rolling again. Even the surrounding dharma and logos of heaven and earth began to distort, just like what the little red flower had done before. An incomparably deep black hole appeared in the sky and was gradually expanding. The falling star stone floated within, releasing a dim light like a star. Sure enough, the little red flower didn't continue forward. Instead, it stopped at the periphery as if it was resisting the falling star stone. If Chen Changsheng wanted to leave, he only needed to wait a little longer, and he would be able to use the falling star stone to forcefully break open a space tunnel and go to the plains hundreds of miles away. But he had never thought of leaving, and at the same time, Byung-hong would not give him a single chance. A fist pierced through the air. The string tied to his pinky was pulled taut, as if it was made of iron. The little red flower moved forward. The string passed through the black hole vortex formed by the falling star stone. With a snapping sound, the thin rope broke into two. This string had been tied to Byung-hong's pinky for many years. Even on the night of the coup of the Mausoleum of Books, it had not been broken. It was assuredly no ordinary object. In the end, it was unable to resist the cutting of space and broke. But the black hole formed by the falling star stone was also cut in two by this strange string and then rapidly faded. Byung-hong's fist had already arrived in front of the little red flower, shattering the remnants of the black hole and arriving in front of Chen Changsheng. Just what sort of fist was this, to contain such terrifying power that it could directly shatter the spatial barrier formed by a treasure of the orthodoxy? With the cry of a phoenix, the silhouette of a green tree appeared in the void. Her white temple robe drifted in the wind. Su Yurong untied her bow, gripped it in her hand, and transformed it into the Tong Palace. But Byung-hong's fist was too fast. Before the Tong Palace could take form, it had already been shattered. A trickle of blood flowed from the corner of Su Yurong's lips. She had been injured. Byung-hong's expression did not change. He continued forward. As he watched the fist get closer and closer, Chen Changsheng recalled that night in the Mausoleum of Books. On that night, Byung-hong had been heavily injured by the Tianhai Divine Empress's fist. Only now did he realize that the heavily injured Byung-hong had actually comprehended something. He no longer placed all his thoughts on external objects, but had learned to condense the world into his own body. Byung-hong's fist actually had some of the aura of the Tianhai Divine Empress's fist. Compared to that night, he was now a level higher in both cultivation and fighting prowess. In the past, he was already an extremely powerful expert of the divine domain, but now he could even get stronger. How could he deal with this? Byung-hong was correct. Although Chen Changsheng and Su Yurong possessed world-shaking talent, this was still their first time using the harmonious sword style, so they could not use it perfectly. At this moment, neither the harmonious sword style, the treasure of the orthodoxy, nor Su Yurong could help Chen Changsheng. He could only rely on his own strength to receive Byung-hong's fist. How could he receive it? Chen Changsheng also used his fist. A moment ago, he had brought his sword back and let out a heavenly cry. At this moment, he held his sword horizontally in defense, the stupid sword. Then he clenched his left fist and smashed it at Byung-hong's fist. The fist flew through the air, howling through the air. The 5 stone pearls on his wrist incessantly trembled, seeming incomparably heavy. An indescribable boom resounded through the plateau, traveling several dozen li away. The fishermen on the Tong River who had not yet had time to get up began to kowtow with ghastly pale faces, praying for the thunder to stay away. The disturbance on the plateau was naturally even greater. The clash of 2 massive forces caused the ground to sink a foot or so. Just as a semicircular shroud of chi appeared, it was immediately shattered, unleashing countless waves of chi. The winds howled. Even though the nearby cultivators had already fled, they were still caught up in the shock waves and thrown to the ground. In the waves of chi that gushed out, one could see a figure rapidly retreating, then heavily crashed into the center of the plateau several hundred zhang away. A deep trench appeared on the plateau, as if someone had plowed it. Chen Changsheng stood at the end of this trench, his face pale and his expression perplexed. He seemed to have suffered an extremely heavy injury. As the dust settled, Byung-hong drew back his fist. Just as he was about to flee, he suddenly stopped. With a wave of his right hand, he sent an arrow flying out of nowhere. Su Yurong was dressed in white ceremonial robes, her hand gripping the tong bow, her black hair drifting in the wind. 10 Samu arrows quietly hung in the air, ready to fire at any moment. This was the first time many people had seen Su Yurong like this. Very few people knew that this was Su Yurong's strongest move. If Bi Yanghong insisted on pursuing Qin Changsheng, he would assuredly have to bear the torrential barrage of Wu arrows. Even though he was an expert of the divine domain, he still had to consider whether this was worthwhile. Chapter 904. The plateau was instantly plunged into absolute silence. From the moment Bi Yanghong attacked, the disciples of South Stream Temple, Go Hanshi and Hu 32 had all stopped, no matter how nervous they were. Bi Yanghong had issued a challenge to Qin Changxing and Su Yurong, implying that he acknowledged that if Qin Changxing and Su Yurong worked together, they had the right to fight against an expert of the divine domain. Since this was a battle of equals, they deserved respect. The string had already been severed, and only a few inches of Bi Yanghong's pinky remained. The little red flower floated in the air like a rootless duckweed, delicate and pitiful. Logically speaking, now that his best move had been broken, the crowd should have favored Qin Changxing and Su Yurong. But who among those who had personally witnessed Bi Yanghong's punch would dare make such a judgment? Crucially, Bi Yanghong had used his absolute strength and abundant experience as an expert of the divine domain to successfully separate Qin Changxing and Su Yurong. Qin Changxing was now heavily injured. If he could not use the unity sword art with Su Yurong, could he still continue? Everyone was nervously watching the scene, wanting to know how the situation would develop next. Then, something unexpected happened. Someone had launched a sneak attack on Qin Changxing. This person was a true expert of the peak of star condensation, the second-ranked divine general of the great Zhou, the White Tiger. An extremely cold and harsh bellow resounded through the air. The White Tiger divine general rushed behind Qin Changsheng, gripped his spear with both hands, and thrust it at Qin Changxing's back. The spear flew through the air, its momentum ferocious and savage. It seemed like it wanted to pierce through Qin Changxing's body, even nail him to the ground. Qin Changxing was heavily injured, his expression somewhat perplexed. It was clear that he had not yet awoken from his heaven-shaking clash with Bi Yanghong. If the White Tiger divine general's spear, imbued with his entire life's cultivation, could break through his defenses, it would pierce straight through his ethereal palace. At that time, even if the Tianhai divine empress came back to life or Wang Jitsi suddenly appeared, they would still be unable to save him. Now, just who could change all this? A blade. It descended from the sky. It gave its answer. This blade ignored the distance between the heavens and earth, descending from the sky to the plateau. With an indomitable momentum, it slashed down at the White Tiger divine general's head. Seeing that iron saber, everyone on the cliff platform guessed who had come, and exclamations of surprise suddenly arose. Wang Pi of Tianliang. The Prince of Xiang slightly narrowed his eyes, his hands lightly caressing the rather uncomfortable flab tied up by his belt. He did not move, his thoughts inscrutable. A few days ago, they had met on Chicken Crowing Mountain outside Winshui City, and today he had been waiting for Wang Pi to appear. There were many people like the Prince of Xiang, and they were all waiting for Wang Pi to appear. Wu Qiongbai was one of them. At the very beginning, before she attacked Qin Changsheng, she had angrily shouted at the sky. Wang Pi had finally arrived. Sure enough, they came. Wu Qiongbai had been preparing for Wang Po's arrival this entire time. She didn't know why the White Tiger divine general suddenly wanted to kill Qin Changsheng, but she didn't care. As long as Qin Changsheng died, it didn't matter who killed him. She let out a shrill cry and flew into the air. The horsetail whisk in her hand wrapped around the iron saber with the will of Quietus. At the same time, her Taoist sleeves fluttered in the air like a nimble dragon as they coiled around the iron blade. At this moment, she pushed her cultivation to the limit. On the iron saber, layers upon layers, there were at least hundreds of layers of defense. She was very clear that she was not Wang Po's opponent. At most, she could only block his blade. But a few moments was enough. She was confident that the White Tiger Divine General could kill Chen Chongqing. Even if Qin Chongqing still had some hidden treasures, she was confident that her husband could defeat Su Yorong in the shortest time possible and kill Qin Chongqing. The situation on the plateau had changed too quickly, the scenes rapidly changing like streams of light. Other than the people involved, no one could clearly see what was happening, much less take action. No one noticed that a seemingly unremarkable man had silently moved more than 100 feet towards the center of the field. And no one noticed that in a corner of the plateau, among the cultivators of several small sects in the south, a blue-clothed visitor wearing a bamboo hat had raised his head to glance at the sky. At that moment, Qin Chongqing was still retreating. The White Tiger Divine General had just taken his first step, and Su Yorong had drawn the Tongbao. The blue-clothed visitor in the bamboo hat was not watching the soul-stirring battle. Instead, he was looking at the sky. At that time, there was nothing in the sky. Of the 1,000-some cultivators on the plateau, the blue-clothed visitor was the first to look at the sky. Even the Prince of Xiang was a few moments behind him. He was standing under a tree. In his eyes, the sky should have been cut into many pieces. Which piece was he looking at? It should have been that blade-like sky. He sensed that Wang Po had finally arrived. Only those extremely close to him could see that the blue-clothed visitor was wearing a copper mask under his bamboo hat. The copper mask seemed very mysterious. At some point, it had lost a small corner, but it still tightly covered his face, revealing only his eyes. The blue-clothed visitor looked at the sky, his eyes abnormally deep and indifferent. He had waited for a very long time. That blade had finally arrived. Now he was about to move, because he knew that the blade needed only 3 seconds to break through Wu Qiangbai's obstruction and cut off the White Tiger Divine General's head. And in these 3 seconds, the White Tiger Divine General could not kill Qin Chongqing. Since Chen Chongqing was the Pope, he assuredly had methods to preserve his life. As for Bianghong, even if he managed to force Su Yorong back in these 3 seconds, he would probably only be able to restrain Qin Chongqing, not kill him. He was the only one capable of killing Qin Chongqing in these 3 seconds. In his initial plan, the blue-clothed visitor had never thought about personally taking action, as this would increase the risk of him being exposed. But he had not expected the Prince of Xiang to be so patient. From start to finish, other than using the blazing sun style to shout out a clear sound, he had not done anything else. Now that Wang Po had arrived, the Prince of Xiang was even less likely to take action. The greatest surprise was that Su Yorong had disregarded the fact that her cultivation career might suffer a severe setback and forcefully left seclusion. And the sword style she and Chen Chongqing used together was so wondrous that it could even contend against an expert of the divine domain. Otherwise, Chen Chongqing would have been killed by Wu Qiangbei at the very start. All these factors added together ultimately resulted in the fact that, if he did not take action, Qin Chongqing might survive. Fortunately, the situation was still under his control. Wang Po was obstructed by Wu Qiangbei, Su Yorong by Bianghong, and the White Tiger Divine General's explosive attack was already very difficult for Qin Chongqing to deal with. As for Go Hanshi, the disciples of the Mount Li Sword sect, the disciples of South Stream Temple, and the priests, they were still some distance away and not worthy of his attention. He was confident that if he took action, Qin Chongqing would assuredly die. Now was the best chance. This was a chance that could not be missed. Little me and Song Song's child was born yesterday, 8 caddies. It's truly a sigh of sorrow. Chapter 905. Wu Qiangbai's horsetail whisk and Taoist robe wrapped around the blade, descending from the sky. Bianghong's body was covered in a torrential rain of Wu arrows. The White Tiger Divine General's spear thrust down. Just as the blue-clothed visitor had predicted, the spear failed to pierce through Chen Chongqing's body. An incomparably divine chi spread out as the orthodoxy's divine staff appeared behind him, blocking this fierce and treacherous strike. The white tiger divine general roared, his true essence exploding. The spear pierced through the divine radiance and shot at Qin Changsheng. With a clang, Qin Changsheng held his sword horizontally in front of him, forcefully clashing with the white tiger divine general. His face paled even more. At this moment, a chi appeared on the plateau. This chi was very difficult to describe with words. It had a strange smell to it. It was very fishy, but it did not stink, only made one feel fear. It seemed to carry the fishy smell of the sea, but also like the smell of the blood of those beasts and fish whose fins had been cut off. This chi was so powerful that it was terrifying. Even the divine chi exuded by the orthodoxy's divine staff was suppressed. This chi came from the blue-clothed visitor. At the final moment, he no longer needed to conceal himself. He wantonly exuded his chi to the world, displaying his unimaginably powerful cultivation level. The cultivators of the small sects standing at his side were shaken by this tyrannical chi until they vomited blood and dropped to the ground. Separated by a very long distance, the blue-clothed visitor sent a palm at Qin Changsheng's back. In the sky above the plateau, a massive blue palm appeared, carrying with it the stench of blood and the sea wind. It howled through the air as it slammed down at Qin Changsheng's head. This giant green palm contained an extremely terrifying power, and it smashed down like a sea. Compared to the blue-clothed visitor's technique, Wu Qiangbai's heaven receiving lotus sea seemed much weaker. Su Yorong's face paled as she sensed this chi and looked at the blue-clothed visitor. Just where did this expert come from? The blue-clothed visitor was much stronger than Wu Qiangbai, so he was naturally a true expert that had immersed himself in the divine domain for many years. The problem was that there were only a few such experts on the continent. Who wouldn't recognize them? This blue-clothed guest's aura clearly did not belong to any of them. Where did this person come from? Tang 36, Gohanchi, Hu 32, the priests, and the disciples of South Stream Temple were all dumbfounded, unable to even speak. To resist the white tiger divine general with his heavily injured body and then be ambushed by such a terrifying expert of the divine domain, anyone could see that Qin Changsheng was in desperate straits. Who could save him now? The monster tied in the garden of Zhou or Nank, or the heavenly tome monoliths on his wrist. No, none of these would do. The strength of that azure-robed guest was too terrifying. Suddenly, the momentum of the saber in the sky intensified, and the clear light that was falling seemed to be coated with a layer of cold light. It was obvious that Wang Pa had sensed the aura and killing intent of the green-clothed visitor and wanted to break out of the Lotus Sea to save Qin Changsheng. The horsetail whisk broke, and the iron blade fell, but it still did not fall. As the clear light fell on the cliff platform, so did the sharp broadsword will. The strange man in green was not moved at all. His calculations were very clear. 3 breaths were 3 breaths. Wu Qiangbei could block that blade for at least 3 breaths. After he killed Qin Changsheng, the energy of the blade descending from the sky might injure him a little. But what did that matter? Wu Qiangbei and Bianghong had to bear the crime of killing the Pope, so they had to work together with him. With 3 experts of the divine domain working together, no matter how powerful that blade was, what could it do? No matter how cautious the Prince of Xiang was, would he still not be able to clearly see the situation? Given the personality of the Chen imperial clan, he would assuredly personally enter the battlefield and seek the greatest merit. Wang Po's death was assured. Wang Po was dead. The Pope was dead. The Holy Maiden was dead. The Li Palace was broken. Holy Maiden Peak was silent. The orthodoxy was in decline. White Emperor City was already in their hands. Blackmail Shuilao City to control the imperial court. Divide the world in 3. Then divide the world equally. Finally monopolize the world. This beautiful scene had been imagined by him and his clansmen for many years, secretly sketched out for many years. Today, they had finally ushered in a grand opening. The blue-clothed visitor's eyes were still gloomy and cold, but the flame of ambition in their depths had already begun to burn. As long as his palm descended, no matter what other treasures Chun Chongqing had, even the divine artifacts of the orthodoxy, they would all be pulverized into powder. For this, he was already prepared to lose several of his fingers. Yet, in the next moment, a smear of dark red suddenly appeared on that incomparably beautiful scene. All the images, like the golden spears and armored horses, the strolling of the divine path, or the peering into the abyss, were somewhat blurred by this smear of red, impossible to see clearly. The smear of red grew brighter and brighter, about to become fresh blood. The flame in the blue-clothed visitor's eyes was suddenly extinguished, because his palm had not descended. Chun Chongqing had not died. What had blocked his palm was a small red flower. All the red he had seen had come from this flower. An extremely muffled sound fell into the ears of everyone on the plateau. It was a sound like wet cotton being struck, like mud falling like a red wetness. A small red flower appeared on Chun Chongqing's back. Then it began to blossom, giving birth to countless petals that rose into the air to resist the massive palm of blue light descending from the sky. Light was thrown into disarray, killing intent surged. The blue-clothed visitor's pupils constricted. Of course, he recognized that little red flower. All the cultivators recognized that little red flower. This little red flower had been tied to Byung-hong's pinky finger for many years. Only today, when the string and the black hole formed by the falling star stone were destroyed, did the red flower regain its freedom, allowing it to move as it pleased. But where the red flower went and what it did, it naturally had to obey its master. It had suddenly appeared behind Chun Chongqing and blocked the blue-clothed visitor's killing blow. This was naturally Byung-hong's will. Why had Byung-hong suddenly saved Chun Chongqing? After all, Chun Chongqing was the enemy who had killed his son. Even if Chun Chongqing's final declaration of his willingness to leave with him had made him suspicious. Why had he done this? The blue-clothed visitor could not understand why, but he did not continue to think about it, because thinking also required time. As an expert of the divine domain, he only needed a thought to calculate the cause and effect of many things in an extremely short amount of time. But the blue-clothed visitor knew that he could not waste even this little bit of time. 3 breaths of time was truly very short, passing in the blink of an eye. The blue-clothed visitor immediately flew off the cliff, no longer sparing a glance at the battlefield. He no longer cared whether the white tiger divine general could kill Chun Chongqing or whether the Prince of Xiang was prepared to act. He flew like a thunderstorm, his sleeves drifting in the wind, shattering the tree as he instantly traveled several hundred zhang. However, the little red flower seemed to have some sort of intelligence. After shattering the palm of azure light that was descending from the sky, it suddenly disappeared from its original position. It suddenly flew to the sky outside of the cliff. Its petals drifted down like rain, covering a radius of several miles and sealing off the blue-clothed visitor's path. Each of the bright red petals contained an extremely terrifying power, and they were as heavy as mountains. Chapter 906. The petals drifted in the wind, dense and numerous like a sea. Byung-hong's figure appeared in the sea of flowers, his feet stepping on the air as he attacked the blue-clothed visitor. When the demon lord had entered Mount Han and the elder of heavenly secrets had sent a message to the world, Byung-hong had been in the distant 10,000 years pavilion in the south, but he had been the first to arrive at Mount Han. Even amongst the experts of the divine domain, he was the strongest in terms of speed and long-distance rating ability. As he saw the sky full of red petals sealing off his path, the blue-clothed visitor knew that his chance had passed. If he could not forcefully push back Byung-hong, he would inevitably be caught by this person and unable to escape. The blue-clothed visitor gave a fierce howl. Circulating the energy of his entire life, he turned and thrust his palms forward. Countless rays of awe-inspiring green light seeped out from the edges of his palms, transforming into extremely sharp flying blades that whistled through the air at Byung-hong. The green blades whistled through the air like a hurricane, extremely cold and sinister. In an extremely short amount of time, the moisture in the air condensed into droplets of water that rained down. It was like the rain and wind of the sea, its power terrifying beyond compare. To experts of the divine domain, if they were not using true divine artifacts like the Frost God's spear or the heaven-shrouding sword, ordinary weapons were far inferior to the weapons formed from their star radiance and true essence. For instance, these flying blades suffused with an awe-inspiring green light. Even a star condensation cultivator who had undergone a perfect purification would have their bones severed and flesh sent flying, their sea of consciousness severed, their ethereal palace slashed into ruins. Without a chance to retaliate, they would be killed. Byung-hong did not recognize the blue-clothed visitor, but he knew that his opponent was no weaker than him, so he was naturally very cautious. His right hand plunged into the sea of red flowers, as if he was grabbing something, and then he pulled it out. Incomparably bright star radiance seeped out from between his brows and his slightly white sideburns. What he pulled out of the sea of flowers was an illusory sword condensed from star radiance. A dazzling and pure sword glow illuminated the sky and the sea of flowers. It cut through countless streams of origin chi and slashed at the blue-clothed visitor. No matter how fierce the rain and wind of the sea are, let's see if they can block this sword of mine. The blue-clothed visitor had lived in the great western continent for many years. Although he was far away on the ocean, he had always been observing the experts of the continent. Relying on his authority and the assistance of White Emperor City, he had secretly gathered a great deal of information. He had a deep understanding of the fighting styles and strongest techniques of the continent's experts. As Byung-hong's sword slashed down, 17 methods to deal with it appeared in his sea of consciousness. The problem was that those 17 methods all dealt with the Byung-hong that he knew of, or more accurately, the Byung-hong from before the coup of the Mausoleum of Books. Today's Byung-hong was clearly much stronger than the reports and what he knew. Like Byung-hong's fist that had broken the harmonious sword style of Chun Chongqing and Su Yurong. For example, his little red flower. No one would have thought that it could actually break its rope and turn into a sea of flowers, sealing off all the passages between heaven and earth. These methods were clearly Taoist techniques that Byung-hong had comprehended after the coup of the Mausoleum of Books. If this was all, the blue-clothed visitor was still confident that he could force back Byung-hong. Perhaps he would have to pay a few injuries, but he would at least not be trapped here. But the greatest difference between the Byung-hong of today and the past was not that his Taoist techniques were more profound or that his techniques were more wondrous, but that his fighting style had changed. In the hearts of cultivators, Byung-hong was a gentle and composed senior expert. Even when he attacked, he had a sense of propriety, a deep sense of righteousness and gentleness. Today, Byung-hong's eyes were still calm, but his expression was no longer gentle. As he flew through the air, countless strands of true essence gushed out of his sleeves. Every move he made seemed to possess the power to shake mountains and move the earth. Every move seemed to see the heavens and earth, to see life and death, unbridled to the extreme, violent to the extreme. Why was this? The blue-clothed visitor saw Byung-hong's eyes and realized that while they were serene and serene, their depths contained an extremely resolute, killing intent. And then he saw the white hairs at Byung-hong's temples. The visitor understood the reason. His heart sinking, he exploded with a fierce roar. Countless blue blades shattered into powder with this roar and then condensed into a halberd in the air. This halberd was gloomy and gloomy, its tip adorned with 3 extremely sharp thorns, exuding an awe-inspiring and terrifying aura. There was a high chance that the artifact spirit of the great western continent's divine artifact, the sea-calming halberd, had reappeared. Byung-hong's expression did not change. His hand gripped the illusory sword formed from star radiance and slashed at the green halberd. He had pulled this illusory sword out of the sea of flowers. It had no real substance, so it could be absolutely sharp and smooth, similar to Qin Chongqing's stainless sword. But for some reason, a very bright petal was stuck to the blade of the sword, making it very striking. The illusory sword of star radiance and the dark green halberd met in the sky. A ball of qi emerged from the point of contact, its surface a white stream. Soon after, the ball of qi was torn to shreds by the boundless light and heat that erupted from the point of contact. Waves of qi and light and heat swept out in all directions, causing mud and stone to rustle down from the cliffs. Several hundred thick ancient trees snapped and then began to burn. The cultivators on the plateau could not clearly see what was happening in that blazing light. They could only faintly make out two figures. The Prince of Xiang calmly gazed in that direction, his brows slightly arched in thought. Wu Qiongbai did not turn her head, but she sensed the change in that direction. Alarmed and bewildered, her hand also slowed. With a tearing sound, the fine strands of the horsetail whisk that bound the iron saber broke one by one, and a tear appeared on his sleeve. The light in the sky was still dazzling. Bright red petals madly danced as they retreated, a beautiful rain of petals. A trickle of golden blood trickled out of Bianghong's ear, but he seemed to not notice, continuing to stare at the blue-clothed visitor with serene eyes. The illusory sword of star radiance and the dark green halberd clashed. The incomparably vigorous true essence and qi of these two experts of the divine domain were engaged in a most dangerous contest. Suddenly, the bright red petal on the blade of the illusory sword of star radiance shattered into powder. This petal had come from the little red flower and contained a boundless divine might, secretly following the laws of the world. Yet it had been shattered by the clash of true essence between two experts. Countless fragments of petals shot toward the blue-clothed visitor, as swift as arrows and far more powerful. The blue-clothed visitor was currently fighting with Bianghong with his halberd, so he could not dodge. With a grunt, he relied on his cultivation to endure. With a series of crackling sounds, countless holes appeared on the blue-clothed visitor's bamboo hat. Then the hat shattered into pieces and was blown away by the wind, revealing the sinister-looking copper mask. Many marks also appeared on his body, from which blood faintly seeped out. Bianghong would not let this chance go. With a clear whistle, the petals in the sky returned like lightning bolts, attacking the blue-clothed visitor. The blue-clothed visitor grunted, his true essence madly surging. Even at the risk of worsening his injuries, he managed to jolt Bianghong's sword away. With a wave of his sleeves, he flew up into the sky, looking like a massive seabird. Bianghong had already called back the red petals. He only needed to avoid this final attack, and then he could fly into the sky and escape. From the moment Bianghong attacked to the moment he finally found a chance to escape, many things seemed to have happened, but only an extremely short amount of time had passed. If someone had been watching from the side with a timepiece, they would know that there was still an extremely short amount of time until 3 seconds passed. The blue-clothed visitor had also been silently counting. He was sure that he had not made a mistake. The petals in the sky had already reformed into that little red flower. It shot forward like a bolt of lightning and slammed into the blue-clothed visitor's body. With a crack, several of the visitor's ribs were broken, and he vomited blood. But he seemed to feel nothing, not even grunting. Raising his halberd, he rose into the sky. He pushed his speed to the limit, quickly becoming a black in the eyes of the crowd. It seemed like he would melt into the sky in the next moment. In the next moment, the black dot grew larger and larger, gradually revealing a figure. The blue-clothed visitor had returned. He had been forced back from the sky by a metal blade. Chapter 907. This situation had occurred because the blue-clothed visitor had made a miscalculation. Wu Qiong by truly could block that blade for at least 3 seconds. The problem was that when Byong-hong attacked him with an unprecedented fearlessness, his wife, Wu Qiong-bai, had naturally sensed it. Whether she truly understood why Byong-hong was doing this, or whether she was still confused and doubtful, it was only natural that she would slow down. In the end, the blade did not even need 3 seconds to cut through those whisks and cut through his Taoist sleeve. Thus, just when the blue-clothed visitor believed that he could finally escape, he saw that blade coming at him from the sky. A howl brimming with anger and unwillingness resounded through the sky and fell upon the mountains. It was followed by the howl of air being torn apart. A straight line descended from the sky to a certain place on the cliff. One could faintly make out the figures of 2 people at the very front. With a loud bang, smoke and dust rose from the cliff, and a cave entrance appeared. The entire mountain began to tremble. After several seconds, a certain place on the plateau suddenly bulged up and then split open, spewing out countless clouds of dust. The 2 figures flew out along with the smoke and dust, and then landed heavily on the ground. The 2 descended from the sky and entered the cliff, emerging from the summit. They had actually pierced through this solitary mountain. As the dust settled, one could clearly see that the blue-clothed visitor was kneeling on one knee, his hands clasping a pitch-black and lusterless blade. The man holding the blade was naturally Wang Pa. He did not turn around, but from his back one could see the precipitous nature of the mountains and rivers. Byong-hong had already returned to the plateau. Bursting out of the dust, he punched at the blue-clothed visitor. The little red flower also left with it. The little red flower was missing a petal and seemed a little damaged, but its power was still terrifying. The blue-clothed visitor flipped his hands, using his halberd to block the blade. He stamped his foot, stirring up a plume of dust that attacked the little red flower. The little red flower bloomed once more, beautiful to the extreme and releasing a shrill whistle through the air. The blade once more slashed down without any reason. With a crisp crack, the green halberd broke into pieces. The blue-clothed visitor howled, his sleeves stirring up dust in an attempt to delay the blade for a few moments. But the dust could not obscure the color of the little red flower, much less restrain the blade glow. The red flower bloomed again. The iron saber slashed again. Swish, 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 swish. 3 unimaginably terrifying auras rose from the plateau and soared into the sky. The clouds in the blue sky fled in fear. Some of the slower ones were directly torn into shreds and disappeared without a trace. A battle between experts of the divine domain was enough to cause the world to change color. The gentle sounds of flowers blooming and the sharp sounds of blades falling continuously rang out in the dust. Bright red and bright light kept alternating. Suddenly, all the colors and light disappeared. With a loud bang, smoke and dust rose again. In the middle of the plateau, the ground with a circumference of about 2 miles had sunk down by half a foot. Then there was a long period of dead silence. The smoke and dust slowly settled. The first thing he saw was the smooth and flat ground that seemed to have been crushed countless times, as if it was paved with jade. The next to appear was Byong-hong. His clothes were full of holes, and blood with a faint golden luster flowed out slowly. He swayed a few times, a bright red appearing on his face, and then it rapidly paled. He had probably suffered a severe internal injury. Wang Pa walked out of the dust, his right hand holding the blade, his left sleeve lightly swaying in the wind. Just like before, he habitually drooped his eyebrows and drooped his shoulders, making him seem rather wretched. But because he had lost his arm, his left shoulder drooped even lower, making it look rather unnatural. Blood was seeping out of it. In the battle just now, he had used his severed arm to receive a palm from the blue-clothed visitor, unwilling to let his blade slow for even an instant. Amongst the experts of the divine domain on the continent, Wang Pa and Byong-hong could be considered the 2 strongest. Today they had joined hands in battle, yet they had attacked so unyieldingly and resolutely, leaving no leeway. Their intentions were crystal clear. They would not give the blue-clothed visitor any chance to leave. They wanted the blue-clothed visitor dead. The blue-clothed visitor's bamboo had already been shattered, revealing the mysterious copper mask. There was a crack in the very center of the copper mask, straight and clear from top to bottom, most likely caused by the blade. The rest of the mask was covered in countless cracks. It seemed as beautiful as porcelain, but it was no longer as tough as before, appearing extremely fragile. The blue-clothed visitor's body swayed, a muffled sound coming from beneath the copper mask. Blood flowed out of that straight crack and then seeped out of those fine cracks. It was an extremely bizarre and abnormally terrifying sight. His body had already been severed of all life by Wang Po's blade and Byung Hong's flower. His insides were covered in countless cracks, and even his ethereal palace, star openings, and sea of consciousness were covered in a spider web of cracks. At any moment, it was impossible for him to survive. The several thousand ancient trees that had collapsed on the cliff were still burning, but under the cover of the damp clouds, the intensity of the fire was gradually diminishing. Presumably, it would soon be extinguished. Several hundred extremely fine plumes of dust rose from the plateau that had sunk by half a foot. It looked like a miniature tornado, gradually fading and about to be extinguished. This expert of the divine domain had reached the end of his life, but even now no one knew who he was. The plateau was incomparably quiet. Byung Hong looked at the blue-clothed visitor. Everyone's gazes shifted back and forth between Byung Hong and the blue-clothed visitor, shocked and perplexed. Just what was going on here? Weren't Byung Hong and Wu Qiong by pursuing the Pope a moment ago to avenge their son's death? Why had this mysterious blue-clothed visitor suddenly appeared? Why was it that when this blue-clothed visitor wanted to kill Qin Changsheng, not only did Byung Hong not help, he even stopped him. Even at the risk of being heavily injured, he still used such a resolute stance to attack, even giving off the impression that he was willing to perish together with the visitor? How did you know? The blue-clothed visitor finally spoke. He stared at Byung Hong, the eyes behind the copper mask still deep and serene, but already suffused with the aura of death. As he spoke, blood suffused with a golden luster seeped out of the cracks of various sizes on the mask, giving it a rather monstrous appearance. Priest Xien should not have appeared in Fengyang City. Byung Hong wiped the blood from the corner of his lips and said, "His appearance was too deliberate. It felt like someone deliberately wanted him to be seen by us. This truly is a loophole, or perhaps a place where it's not perfect." The blue-clothed visitor continued, "This was not my arrangement, but someone in your imperial court who wanted to conveniently wash him away." The people on the plateau could not understand this conversation, but there were naturally people who could. The Prince of Xiang's hands had already left his belt, his eyes moving as he thought of something. Chapter 908. The blue-clothed visitor added, "But I think that this alone is not enough to make you believe that Chan Changsheng is the murderer." Byung Hong replied, "Correct. The chi of a black frost dragon cannot be faked, so even just now, I still believe that this matter was done by His Holiness the Pope." The blue-clothed visitor asked, "Then how can you be sure that I killed your son, or that you suspect me?" The plateau was in an uproar at these words. Some people had already guessed that this was a plot against the Pope, but to hear the blue-clothed visitor personally admit it still left them shocked. I became suspicious because, on the way up the mountain, someone showed me a few things. Byung Hong waved his hand, causing several sheets of paper to float out of his sleeve. They quietly floated in the air, rustling in the wind. These sheets of paper were white, and on them were drawings drawn by someone using charcoal. The lines in these drawings were not complicated, but the details were extremely rich. In the first drawing there was a small alley, an ancient scholar tree, and a young man. The young man's face was vividly drawn, his two eyebrows seemingly about to fly into the air, just like a real person. A hint of pain appeared on Byung-hong's face as he gazed at the young man in the drawing. The small alley and the ancient scholar tree were in a corner of Hancho City, and the young man was his son, Bi-Tianxin. In the second drawing there was a carriage. When the painter put down his brush, a gust of wind should have just happened to raise a corner of the curtain. What should have been a fleeting glimpse had been transformed by the painter's charcoal brush into a still and unchanging record. In the carriage window was a beautiful and proud young lady, as well as a blue-clothed visitor wearing a copper mask. It was the blue-clothed visitor on the plateau today. The contents of the other drawings were all different. For example, the waterfall outside Hancho City, or the young man and woman walking side by side. Each drawing was an incomparably accurate record. One could clearly tell what Bi-Tianxin had done in those few days and who he had met. After Bi-Tianxin's death, these records had become clues. The blue-clothed visitor gazed at these drawings in silence for a very long time. Suddenly he asked, "You believe these drawings?" Byung-hong replied, "I believed the person who painted the painting, but I was still skeptical. Your appearance in the end was the true proof. Now that I think about it, my actions today were indeed unwise. But if you weren't suspicious, you wouldn't have made such a quick decision. I still had the chance to kill Qin Chongsheng and leave. Thinking about it this way, I still lost to this painter." The blue-clothed visitor looked at the paintings and said with a frown, "I said that I had everything in my grasp and that no one could break this trap. How could I have imagined that all of my movements were seen by this person? I don't know who was able to spy on me for so long without me noticing." Byung-hong replied. Qiu-shan-jun, the visitor in green, was slightly startled, not having expected this. Hearing this name, the crowd on the plateau became restless. Of course, Qiu-shan-jun was a celebrity, but he had been missing for 5 years. Many people had almost forgotten about his existence. No one would have thought that when he reappeared, he would have already done such a great thing. Bai Kai was even more shocked at these words. He looked at Go Hanchi and said, "Eldest brother? What's going on?" Go Han shook his head, indicating that he did not know. By the stream at the base of Holy Maiden Peak, the fragrance of roasted fish drifted further and further away. The rustling of the forest got closer and closer, and some of the more daring beasts even poking their heads out. Qiu-shan-jun tore off a piece of fish and threw it over, then turned around and said, "Father, it's useless even if you keep me here." The Qiu-shan clan head took the roasted fish in his hand and took 2 bites. He proudly said, "Don't think about deceiving me." Qiu-shan-jun helplessly said, "It's true you came late. I just met with Sir Bi." The Qiu-shan clan had opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. Someone else might think that Byung-hong wouldn't believe a few words, but he was Qiu-shan-jun's father. He knew that his son had an excellent reputation, and crucially, his son had always been meticulous. Besides words, he assuredly had other tricks up his sleeves. The Qiu-shan clan had uneasily asked, "How confident are you?" Qiu-shan-jun replied, "After all, there's no direct evidence, and this matter involves the murder of his son. I think that Byung-hong will at most believe 30% of me." The Qiu-shan clan had somewhat relaxed. "That's fine. I hope that nothing unforeseen will happen." Qiu-shan-jun said, "If the blue-clothed visitor can't help but act today, 30% will become 90%. The Qiu-shan clan head's expression turned cold. "If I were him, I wouldn't even go to Holy Maiden Peak today, much less act." Qiu-shan-jun replied, "The blue-clothed visitor has an unfathomable cultivation and acts callously and emotionlessly, but in terms of strategy and patience, he is far inferior to father. Moreover, this is still Holy Maiden Peak, so Chen Chongsheng assuredly still has tricks up his sleeve. Moreover, Wangpa might also come, so he might really act." Although his words were filled with praise for himself, the Qiu-shan clan head's heart still sank. Based on what Qiu-shan-jun said, if the blue-clothed visitor acted, Byung-hong would assuredly become suspicious. At that time, Chun Chongsheng really might be able to survive. The Choshan clan had gave him a resentful glance. If things have gotten to this point, then we can only think of some other methods. Confused, Choshan Jun asked, "What else does Sir want to do?" The Choshan clan head rallied his spirits and said, "If it really is as you say, once this matter is over, I naturally have to make a good proclamation of your achievements." Choshan Jun helplessly said, "Today I accompanied Sir by the stream and roasted a few fish to eat. What achievement is there?" The Choshan clan head sternly said, "Have you ever thought that if the great Western continent's scheme succeeds, His Holiness the Pope will die a wrongful death? More importantly, Byung-hong and his wife killing the Pope will assuredly cause the world to fall into chaos. The demons will assuredly invade, and the human race will assuredly be thrown into a storm. And now, all of this will not happen because of you." Choshan Jun said, "This logic sounds rather strange." The Choshan clan had become more and more agitated as he spoke, loudly saying, "How is it strange? Son, calling you the savior of our human race is not an exaggeration." Choshan Jun helplessly said, "Father, this is a little too exaggerated." The Choshan clan head said, "What do you know? Could it be that you can be sure that my previous conjecture will not become reality?" Choshan Jun suddenly fell silent. The fish in the stream noiselessly dodged into the distance. The wild beasts in the forest also disappeared. After some time had passed, Choshan Jun finally spoke. He looked into the Choshan clan head's eyes and solemnly asked, "Father, since you also knew that those conjectures might be true, why did you do this?" This scheme was a scheme against the orthodoxy and Qin Chongsheng. The people executing this scheme were the blue-clothed visitor and Mu Jiosher from the great western continent. But everyone knew that the imperial court had assuredly known of this matter, though they did not know how deeply it had been involved. Choshan Jun was even more certain that his father was an insider. Hearing this question, the Choshan clan head also fell silent for a very long time. In the end, he still did not answer Choshan Jun's question. He stood up, rubbed Choshan Jun's head, and then left the stream. Chapter 909. Wu Qiongbai rushed to the center of the plateau and supported Byung-hong's tottering body. She stared at the blue-clothed visitor, her eyes so venomous that they seemed ready to devour him. She harshly yelled, "So it was you! We husband and wife have never met you, and there is no grudge between us. So why did you poison my family's ex-heir? Your son was fated to die a violent death. I originally wanted to use his death to stir up a storm on the continent. It wasn't a bad idea, but alas," the blue-clothed visitor regretfully said, "I didn't think that His Holiness the Pope and the Holy Maiden, so young, would have such outstanding techniques. Otherwise, why would I have appeared?" These words were true. If Chun Chongsheng and Su Yurong had not used their harmonious swords to repel Wu Qiongbai, he truly would not have needed to act. At that time, perhaps Qin Chongsheng would have been defeated by Wu Qiongbai, or perhaps Byung-hong would not have believed Choshan Jun's words. In the end, Qin Chongsheng would have been in great danger. There's also that Choshan Jun, the blue-clothed visitor, ruefully said, "The central continent truly has many young talents. In the distant ocean, we can't help but see the sky from the bottom of a well." Wang Pa said, "A few days ago, outside Hanzhou City, I advised you that although I did not know honored Sir's identity, please do not interfere in the matters of the continent." Byung-hong looked at the blue-clothed visitor and suddenly said, "If my guess is correct, you should be Mu?" Compared to Wang Pa, he had been in the divine domain for much longer, so he still had some impression of stories from long ago. These words caused Wu Qiongbai, Huairen, and the other martial grandaunts of South Stream Temple to turn pale in shock. The old lady of the Mutuo clan had not spoken much today, especially after Byung-hong and Wu Qiongbai had appeared. Now, she suddenly propped herself up on her walking stick and harshly rebuked the blue-clothed visitor. You Westerners have actually come to stir up trouble again. The blue-clothed visitor was actually Mu. Mu was the surname of the imperial clan of the great Western continent. Using a single surname as a name was the most revered meaning in the human world in ancient times, and this custom still remained. Like Yin, like Shang, like Tianhai, the blue-clothed visitor had a single surname, Mu. He was the most extraordinary individual of the imperial clan of the great Western continent. In terms of seniority, he was probably the imperial uncle of the great Western continent, one generation higher than the Empress of White Emperor City. It was said that this person's realm was unfathomable, and he was extremely powerful. He was arrogant and cold. Back then, the chief princess of the great Western continent had been forced to leave her homeland and cross the sea to the continent, becoming the present empress of the demi-human race, Madame Mu. It was said that this imperial uncle believed that her talent was too astonishing, her temperament and talent too powerful, a threat to the rightful successor of the imperial clan, so he forced her to leave. Now that he thought about it, this rumor might not be true. The dragon breath of a black frost dragon truly could not be faked, at least not in the past. However, the demi-human race's founding was closely related to the black frost dragon tribe. If Madame Mu had found some sort of secret technique in White Emperor City, it would not be too difficult to believe. Byung-hong looked at the blue-clothed visitor and asked, "The girl in the painting is presumably Mu Jiushi." The man in blue said, "Bai Yexing and I have a very bad relationship, but he has always doted on his sister-in-law. Do you dare to go to White Emperor City to find her?" Byung-hong replied, "Let alone White Emperor City. Even if she hid in the abyss behind Shuilao City, I would still kill her." The blue-clothed visitor said, "Then I'll go ahead and wait for you there." After saying this, he turned to a certain place to the west. There was mist, rain, and wind, but it was beyond his line of sight, impossible to see. With a clatter, the copper shard stained with golden blood fell to the ground at his feet, like golden leaves. Even at the final moment, no one was able to see the face of the strongest expert of the great Western continent's imperial clan. In the countless rays of golden light, one could faintly make out an aged face. The light grew brighter and brighter, and then suddenly vanished. This person no longer existed in the world. Only the copper shards on the ground showed that something had happened here. This was a long winter day. Because too many things had happened, time seemed to pass particularly slowly. In truth, not much time had passed from the moment the three martial grandaunts of South Stream Temple said they wanted to close the temple, to Qin Changxing's unyielding opposition, to Wu Qiangbai's resentful voice, and to this moment. In this short period of time, the 3 seconds after the blue-clothed visitor struck were the most crucial. The blue-clothed visitor had struck because of his judgment of the situation on the plateau. If Wang Po had not appeared, he would have never struck. Wang Po's blade had appeared because the White Tiger Divine General had launched a sneak attack on Qin Changxing. For an expert of this level to use a sneak attack, even he believed that Qin Changxing would not be able to handle it. The blue-clothed visitor did not think so. He believed that as the Pope, Qin Changxing would assuredly have countless life-saving methods, so he had prepared to take advantage of the chaos to strike. Wang Po's blade had already appeared, so who could stop him? He had not expected that while he had been waiting for Wang Po's blade to appear, someone else had also been waiting for him to appear. And that person was Byung-hong, who he had never imagined. This was the story that had taken place in those 3 seconds. Looking back, this story began with the White Tiger Divine General's spear. If the White Tiger Divine General had not attempted to kill Qin Changxing, none of this would have happened. So where would this story end? Would it end like this? No. This heaven-shaking battle between experts of the divine domain had ended. The blue-clothed visitor was dead, but Qin Changxing was still alive. The White Tiger Divine General put away his spear, glanced at Qin Changxing, and then turned to walk back. When he glanced at Chen Changsheng, the expression on his face was very indifferent, the meaning he wanted to express very clearly. Your Holiness, your fate is truly not bad. Chen Changsheng gazed at his back, his expression calm, but he did not put down his sword. The sword intent began to be faint and indistinct, then condensed and became pure, from plain to swift and fierce to awe-inspiring. The surrounding grass sensed it and rose up, stabbing into the sky. The White Tiger Divine General had naturally sensed this sword intent. The meaning that this sword intent wanted to express was very clear. General, do you really want to leave like this? The White Tiger Divine General did not stop. He did not care about this, a mocking smile appearing on his lips. Your Holiness the Pope, I truly did kill you just now, but so what? Your cultivation level is lower than mine, your battle prowess is lower, and your body is heavily injured. Even if you have countless magical artifacts and treasures on your body, do you really think that you can kill me? Of course, that blade can kill me, although Wang Pa is also heavily injured. Do you think that His Highness will just coldly watch? As for the future, I can return to the capital and become Minister of War. Your Holiness the Pope, do you dare to return to the capital? Or perhaps I can return to White Tiger Pass. I have tens of thousands of soldiers and countless experts and array masters under my command. What can your Holiness do to me? These were all thoughts going on in his mind, so naturally no one could hear them. But both his indifferent and proud expression and Chen Changsheng's unwillingness to put down his sword were enough to explain the current situation. Several Taoists from the Monastery of Eternal Spring flew out from the Imperial Court's diplomatic mission and came to the center of the plateau to receive them. Their blue clothes drifted in the wind, blocking Chen Changsheng's line of sight from the White Tiger Divine General's back. Suddenly a green leaf fell. The color of these green leaves was a little lighter than the green clothes worn by the Taoists, making them seem lighter. These were the leaves of the wudong tree. Several hundred zhang away, Su Yurong gripped her bow with both hands. There was no arrow on the string, but the Wu arrow had already been fired. It was those green leaves. Chapter 9:10. The green leaf suddenly shot forward, transforming into a sharp arrow that shot toward the blue-clothed Taoists. The blue-clothed Taoists sensed the power contained within the Wu arrow. Their expressions instantly chilled, and they did not dare to be careless. Gloomy sword glows enveloped their bodies. Taking advantage of this chance, Chen Changsheng used the Yesher step, moving from Do Shin to Niu Su. Like a wisp of smoke, he stabbed at the White Tiger Divine General's back. The White Tiger Divine General had no time to turn around, his expression twitching. His spear flew through the air. He had been rather surprised that Su Yurong had suddenly attacked, but he had long since been prepared for Chen Changsheng's attack. Countless strands of star radiance seeped out of the chinks in his armor, shining brilliantly and condensing into a surface of light. Its surface was extremely smooth, its form perfect and without a single hole. Chen Changsheng's sword moved like a bolt of lightning, avoiding the spear's block and stabbing forward. But it failed to pierce through this surface of light. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation ever since he had learned the sword from Su Li in the wilderness. Before this, his intellectual sword had always been able to pierce through the defenses of both divine General Shui, he, and experts of Shauda's level. Could this person actually have a perfect star domain? Countless sword slashes, light, and heat sputtered between the two. Through these rays of light, Chen Changsheng could see the White Tiger Divine General's extremely indifferent face. When Su Li had evaluated the current generation of cultivators in the wilderness, he had said that none of these fellows possessed a truly perfect star domain. Today, the White Tiger Divine General's performance seemed to overturn this judgment. Chen Changsheng could sense that this person truly was powerful, infinitely close to Xue Xingchuan's. Whether he used the intellectual sword or the blazing sword, he would find it very difficult to break through this person's defenses, at least in the short term. The White Tiger Divine General naturally understood this even better. He looked at Chen Changxing through the rays of light, his eyes tinged with faint disdain. Suddenly, a hint of pain appeared in his eyes, scattering that disdain and transforming it into boundless shock. His star domain, which could be said to be perfect, had actually been torn open. What was going on here? Before Chen Changxing's sword clashed with the White Tiger Divine General Spear, a person walked out of the Imperial Court's diplomatic mission. In both appearance and clothes, this person was extremely ordinary, so unremarkable that he had not attracted any attention at the very start. That person's footsteps seemed to be very slow, but he soon arrived at the center of the cliff plateau several thousand feet away. That person's footsteps were very light, so light that there was no sound, not even the sound of the wind. It was as if there was not even a breath or smell. Not even the White Tiger Divine General, who was at the peak of star condensation, had sensed that he had arrived behind him. The man was like a true specter, standing quietly behind the White Tiger Divine General and staring indifferently at the back of his neck. Finally, someone noticed this strange scene and felt a chill run down his spine. Someone from the Imperial Court's diplomatic mission reacted and wanted to warn them, but it was already too late. The man raised his hands and attacked the back of the White Tiger General's neck. Several extremely sharp and bone-chilling scars appeared in front of his hands, looking like 2 wolf claws. This was the calmest sneak attack, as well as the most intelligent combat method. No matter how perfect your star domain was, I would break it with force. The sharp wolf claws fell and tore a hole in the White Tiger Divine General's perfect and smooth surface of starlight. This hole was very small. If one did not look carefully, they would not even notice it. The lethality of these 2 wolf claws seemed to find it very difficult to injure the White Tiger Divine General. But in the eyes of the truly powerful personages present, these 2 wolf claws were the most dangerous of existences. They vaguely saw a ferocious wild wolf sneaking up behind a prey, lowering its head indifferently to bite the prey's neck. Only when the sharp wolf teeth pierced through the prey's veins and even bit off its head did the prey realize what had happened. Who else could such a dangerous and skilled sneak attack be? It was naturally Zhishio. The Prince of Xiang's eyes suddenly chilled. Flames blazed in their depths, turning into a great sun that seemed to crackle with electricity. A cold wind rose from his feet, howling around his swollen waist like it was about to become a new belt. He sensed that something might have happened to the White Tiger Divine General and was determined to save him. But Wang Po's gaze fell on his body. His empty sleeve fluttered in the wind, looking like the thread tied to a paper oriole on the verge of falling. Bianhong also looked at the Prince of Xiang, the broken thread hanging from his pinky gently drifting in the wind while the bright red petals uneasily danced behind him. The Prince of Xiang narrowed his eyes, his hands gripping his belt. It was hard to say whether he would strike next. The standoff between the 3 experts of the divine domain lasted for only a very short moment, because in a very short moment the outcome of the battle had been decided, and life and death had been decided. Chen Changxing's sword was like the shadow left behind by a white crane flying down from the sky over a cold pool in the mountains. It swept past the mountainous spear and flew forward. Zheshio's hands were like branches buried by the cold light of the northern demon moon. The unalarmed spear landed on the back of his opponent's neck. The White Tiger Divine General knew that someone had come and destroyed his perfect star domain, but he did not know where that person was. He also had no energy to care about where that person was, because Chen Changxing's sword had already arrived. That dagger, so bright and clean that it seemed to have been washed in autumn waters, combined with the vault sheath, made its killing intent even brighter and sharper. The gap that had been torn open in the White Tiger Divine General's star domain was very small, but as long as there was a gap, it could be pierced through by a boundless sharpness. The stainless sword pierced through the gap and arrived in front of the White Tiger Divine General, leaving behind a trail of blood. The White Tiger Divine General roared. his true essence madly circulating. Star radiance bloomed like a flower in full bloom, gushing into the world. In the next moment, the bright star radiance suddenly dimmed, because an even brighter sword glow had appeared in the world. Countless sword glows surged out of Qin Changxing's hands, like fish swimming against the current, like fireworks on a certain night in the capital. It was an incredibly beautiful and spectacular sight. Countless sword cries rose and fell, their cries incessant, sharp sword intents cutting at everything in the center of the plateau. Whether it was the hard ground or armor, they were all cut to pieces. The gap in the perfect star domain gradually grew larger and larger in the dazzling sword glows. The summit was deathly still. The only sound was the constant hum of swords and the rushing of the wind. Many people knew of the Pope's most famous technique, the simultaneous attack of 1,000 swords, but seeing it with their own eyes still left them speechless with shock. These sword glows were the famed swords of the garden of Zhou's sword pool? This sort of sword technique was the Pope's strongest move? At least several hundred famed swords slashed at the White Tiger Divine General like a river. Even if the White Tiger Divine General was powerful, had undergone a perfect purification, and had an extremely vigorous true essence, how could he endure? In a flash, several dozen sword wounds appeared on his muscular body, blood spurting out like a torrential rain. Chapter 9:11. From a certain perspective, Chen Chongqing's sword Dao was somewhat unreasonable. As long as he could break his opponent's star domain, then even if his opponent's cultivation realm was far higher than his, they would still find it very troublesome. 3 years ago, on that snowy day in the capital, he had charged into the alley of the Northern Military Department, sword in hand. Even an expert of the Proclamation of Liberation, like Xiao De and several dozen high-level assassins from the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets and the Department for Purging Officials, had been unable to do anything to him. A hint of regret appeared in the White Tiger Divine General's eyes before it was shattered by the sword light. He knew that he had underestimated his opponent, but he wouldn't give up. As he waved his iron spear, he created layers of iron curtains in front of him. At the same time, he narrowed his eyes and stared at Chen Chongqing's eyes. The more swords one used, the more true essence and divine sense would be consumed. This was a truth that everyone knew. In his opinion, no matter how vigorous Chen Chongqing's true essence was, no matter how calm his divine sense was, under the torrential rain of hundreds of swords, it was impossible for him to withstand for too long. He believed that as long as he persevered for a period of time, or even just a few breaths' time, Qin Changsheng's true essence and divine sense would be exhausted. Then it would be time for him to counterattack. The iron spear in his hand carried a swift and fierce feeling. He swung it even faster, and his defense became even tighter. He didn't even care about the sword lights that slashed towards his legs and arms. He only protected his vital parts, blocking Qin Changsheng's hundreds of swords and the enemy, whose position he couldn't determine. He waited for the moment to counterattack. There was nothing wrong with this idea. In fact, it could even be said to be the safest strategy. But after a few breaths, he shockingly discovered that Chen Changsheng's true essence and divine sense didn't feel exhausted at all. There wasn't even a sign of weakening. What was going on? Even if he had started cultivating, meditating since he was in his mother's womb, it was still impossible for him to possess so much star radiance true essence. Moreover, why was his divine sense so calm? He didn't feel like a young man at all, but more like an old priest who had been in seclusion in a Taoist temple for hundreds of years. Sword light filled the sky unending. The sound of the sword piercing through the air was incessant. The White Tiger Divine General was shocked speechless. Then he felt a great sense of alarm. If he had forcefully retreated at the risk of being injured, he might have been able to avoid the rain of swords. But he wanted to defend and counterattack, so he missed the best opportunity, and now he could no longer find a chance to leave. It was like a water snake in a stream. With the arrival of winter, the water temperature gradually dropped, but because it was greedy for the delicious taste of the fish that might be slowed down by the low temperature, it hesitated for a while and did not leave the mountain stream. In the end, it did not get to eat the fish, but was frozen into the ice and died. It seemed like a long process, but to the spectators, it was only a few breaths of time. The cup of tea was still boiling hot, and the incense had just begun. The white tiger divine general knew that he had to risk his life. He madly circulated his true essence, his iron spear piercing through the air, using his strongest mountain-seeking strike, in an attempt to force Qin Changsheng to withdraw his sword and defend. The rain of swords that filled the sky suddenly retracted, hovering in the air around Qin Changsheng, creating countless sparks, barely managing to block this spear. The sky was blue after the rain. With a flash of blue light, 2 hands covered in black hair landed on the back of the White Tiger Divine General's neck. The White Tiger Divine General let out a muffled groan as his spear smashed into the ground. His berserk true essence borrowed the momentum of the ground to return behind him. But the sword cried out once more. Countless fierce sword intents severed the rock veins at the bottom of the plateau, forcefully severing his spear energy. The White Tiger Divine General let out a fierce howl. Borrowing the remaining energy of the spear, he wanted to fly up and escape the danger of being pincered. A dazzling sword glow flashed before his eyes and then fled into the sky. 10 fierce blue glows suddenly appeared above his head and vanished into the air. The White Tiger Divine General's howl came to a screeching halt. All was quiet on the plateau. A sword stabbed into his chest. There was a hole there, and blood was flowing out from it. There was a light crack. A pair of hands had twisted his neck. His head limply drooped to the side. The second-rank Divine General of the Great Zhou, the White Tiger Divine General, was at the peak of star condensation. His cultivation was already close to Shui Xingchuan's. In every aspect, he was stronger than Chen Changsheng and Zhixiu. But today he had been jointly attacked by Chen Changsheng and Zhixiu. Let alone victory, he hadn't even found a chance to counterattack. He collapsed on the plateau, blood spurting from his wounds. Carrying with him a sense of unwillingness, despair, and confusion, he died. The plateau was still deathly still. Too many things had happened today, the situation changing too quickly. Even now, there were still many people who could not react. South Stream Temple had decided to close the temple and hold a grand ceremony, inviting the imperial court and the various sects to observe the ceremony. But Pope Qin Changsheng had firmly rejected it. However, Qin Changsheng had suddenly become the true culprit behind Bi Tianxin's death, the target of vengeance for Bi Yanghong and Wu Qiongbai. Just when Wu Qiongbai was about to kill Pope Qin Changsheng, Holy Maiden Su Yorong suddenly emerged from seclusion. The two's harmonious sword style shocked everyone present. When Bi Yanghong broke the harmonious sword style, he was obstructed by Su Yorong's Tong Bao and Wu arrows. The White Tiger Divine General used this chance to launch a sneak attack on Qin Changsheng. Wang Po's blade from beyond the heavens wanted to save him, but he was obstructed by Wu Qiongbai. At this moment, the mysterious blue-clothed visitor from the great western continent unleashed a thunderous strike at Qin Changsheng that no one could stop. It seemed like no one could stop him, but it seemed like at the time all the people present who had the ability to stop him were either being stopped or had no reason to stop him. Bi Yanghong was the latter. His attack had directly changed the situation and exposed the true mystery. The blue-clothed visitor's scheme had been exposed, and then he had died. Logically speaking, this story should have ended here, but it had not. If the White Tiger Divine General's first attack represented the stance of the imperial court and the venerable Taoist Shang Xingzhou, then the White Tiger Divine General's death naturally represented the stance of the orthodoxy and Pope Qin Changsheng. Qin Changsheng had personally killed this person. There was no stance in the world more clear-cut than this. The Prince of Xiang slightly narrowed his eyes and asked Qin Changsheng, "Your Holiness, you just killed him?" Qin Changsheng said nothing. The person who answered the Prince of Xiang was Hu 32. The bishop snapped. This person attempted to assassinate His Holiness the Pope, committing a heinous crime that deserves 10,000 deaths. It was just like a few days ago in the old estate in Wenshui City. Tang 36 wanted the Tang second master to die immediately before the sun set over the mountains. The White Tiger Divine General dared to attack Qin Changsheng, so he also had to die. He had to die on the spot, die in front of everyone. The Prince of Xiang said nothing more. Byung-hong looked at him and said, "Once I go to White Emperor City and kill Mu Jiushi, I will go to the capital and ask the venerable Taoist if he knows of this matter." Then he turned to Qin Changsheng and Su Yurong and said, "My apologies." Finally, he and Wang Po exchanged their farewells and then left with Wu Chungbai. As the somewhat desolate figures of this couple shot into the sky and vanished into the sea of clouds, the people on the plateau all had different emotions, some of them feeling sympathy. I've been rather tired recently and time is rather tight. In the next half-month, I will do my best to write 2 chapters a day, but I might not have time to revise them. There will definitely be many mistakes and omissions. I ask for everyone's understanding. Chapter 912. The Prince of Xiang prepared to leave. Su Yurong said, "Prince, please wait a moment." The Prince of Xiang stopped and looked at her. "Is there some divine decree?" Su Yurong said, "When I was young, I didn't have a high evaluation of the prince. Now that I think about it, it was because I didn't have enough experience." The Prince of Xiang calmly replied, "The holy maiden's praise is too much. I do not deserve it." With the imperial court's diplomatic mission leaving the summit, there was no need for Wang Po to remain. "I need to recuperate for a period of time. Everyone take care," he said to Qin Changsheng and Su Yurong. Experts of the divine domain had already comprehended the laws of the world. Even if they were defeated by experts of the same level, they would still find it very difficult to kill them. Today, he and Byung-hong had worked together to kill the blue-clothed visitor, not giving him a single chance and paying a heavy price. Su Yurong suggested it would be better to quietly recuperate at South Stream Temple. Scholartree Manor isn't far, and I still have some unfinished business to attend to, so it's not convenient to disturb you. As Wang Po said this, he glanced at the 3 martial grandaunts of South Stream Temple. Everyone present knew what he meant. Huai Ren's expression did not change. Huai Shu was slightly angry, and Huai Bai's expression changed slightly. Huai Bai was well aware that she would inevitably be reprimanded for her actions today. She had originally intended to leave with the imperial court's diplomatic mission, but she had not expected the Prince of Xiang to remain silent. The vice principal of Scholartree Manor, Zhong Hui, and the other disciples stepped forward, bowed to Qin Changsheng and Su Yurong, then escorted Wang Po down the mountain. The old matriarch of the Mutuo clan and the patriarch of the Wu clan were the next to leave. When the 2 leaders bid farewell to Qin Changsheng and Su Yurong, their expressions were very humble and their attitudes were very proper. For thousands of years, these aristocratic families had never been wrong when choosing sides. Whether it was between the Liang and the Chen, between Emperor Taizong and the King of Chu, or between the Tianhai Divine Empress and the Imperial clan. Before today, they were naturally on the side of Tao Master Shang Xingzhou and the Imperial Court, but what happened today would definitely have an impact on their attitudes. The unification of the East and West between the continent and the Great Western Continent was the next major event of the human race after the unification of the North and South, and it was pushed forward by Shang Xingzhou and the Imperial Court. However, following the union of Qin Changsheng and Su Yurong, the union of the East and West had already become a bubble. The Great Western Continent scheme had been exposed, the blue-clothed visitor dead, but everyone knew that the shadow of the Imperial Court was behind this scheme. Otherwise, Byung-hong would not have left behind those words brimming with killing intent before leaving. The sudden return of South Stream Temple's 3 martial grandaunts and their forceful push to close the temple was also assuredly related to the Imperial Court. From the looks of it, The imperial court had failed in both cases. This would definitely shake the minds of the aristocratic families. If the Tang family was really determined to remain neutral in the future, they would have to make a new choice. I'll send the two elders off. Tang, 36, glanced at Chen Changsheng, then piled a smile on his face as he supported the old lady of the Mutuo family towards the carriage. He didn't forget to chat with the head of the Wu family. For example, how was the young lady's health? Was cousin Mei still as bitter as when she was young? Did she not like to eat when the weather was hot? Soon after, the cultivators of the various sects came forward, bowed to Qin Changsheng and Su Yurong, and then took their leave. Today, everyone had come to Holy Maiden Peak to observe South Stream Temple's closing ceremony. But who dared to bring up this topic? The three martial grandaunts of South Stream Temple had rather grave expressions, especially Huai Bai, whose complexion was extremely gloomy and unsightly. From breaking through the wall and descending into the plateau to now, Su Yurong had not said a single word to them, not even glancing at them. The last to take their leave were the disciples of the Mount Li Sword sect. Go Hanshi bowed to Su Yurong and said, I should have stayed behind to see if there's anything I need help with, but senior brother might already be here. For the sake of safety, I should first go find him. Since Bianghong had received Qiu Shanjun's message on his way up the mountain, Qiu Shanjun had naturally come today. As for why he still had not appeared, different people had different guesses, but presumably it had something to do with Su Yurong and Qin Changsheng. Su Yurong fell quiet for a while, then said to Go Hanshi, senior brother, be careful on the road. If you see him, thank him for me. Go Hanshi replied, senior brother might not want to hear this thank you. Su Yurong said, then ask him why he hasn't come to see me. As she said this, she did not look at Qin Changsheng. Yi Xiaolian and the other disciples of South Stream Temple subconsciously turned to Qin Changsheng, somewhat nervous. In their view, in front of the Pope, how could the Holy Maiden speak like this? Qin Changsheng did not notice these gazes. He was currently chatting with Zheshio under the tree. It was unclear what they were talking about, but Qin Changsheng's expression was rather solemn, while Zheshio remained silent. Go Hanshi had originally wanted to bid farewell to them, but as he saw the scene he became pensive and did not step forward. He led the disciples of the Mount Li Sword sect down the plateau. The imperial court's diplomatic mission had already left, and the cultivators from the various sects and noble clans had also retreated. The stone path was very quiet, and not a single sound could be heard in the awe-inspiring forest. Presumably, the birds and beasts inhabiting the forest had long since been frightened away by the several world-shaking battles that had just occurred. As the disciples of the Mount Li Sword sect descended the mountain, they discussed the events of the day with great enthusiasm. Who could have imagined that the situation would change so quickly? I heard senior brother's words, and was just about to raise my sword and go out to kill, but I didn't even have time to unsheath my sword. Bai Kai recalled those hair-raising scenes and excitedly said, 5 experts of the divine domain, 4 of them personally taking the field, and a vicious person like the White Tiger Divine General actually died like this. When I get back, I have to tell junior sister about this. If she knows that Zheshio was the one who struck in the end, she'll definitely be very happy. Go Hanshi smiled but said nothing. Bai Kai continued, Qin Changsheng truly is formidable, and junior sister Su, the Holy Maiden, is also formidable, and their unity sword art is even more formidable. But the most formidable is still eldest brother. If not for him, how could the great Western Continent scheme have been so easily exposed? How could Senior Bianghong and Wang have set up a trap to kill the blue-clothed visitor? In his view, eldest brother, who had not appeared from start to finish, was the most important person, so he spoke with a very proud expression. The disciples of the Mount Li Sword sect nodded their heads in agreement, saying that if not for eldest brother, Qin Changsheng would have found it impossible to break out of this trap. Even if he had Wang Po's help, the only thing that awaited him in the end was death. Even if the disciples of the Mount Lee sword sect had drawn their swords and helped him, he might not have died, but he would still have ended up in a rather sorry state. At this moment, a clear and bright voice that was clearly too lazy came from the depths of the forest. Where did this nonsense come from? Bai Kai's expression instantly chilled. Just when he was about to question the speaker, he suddenly felt that this voice was very familiar, and his expression changed. Chapter 9:13. In the depths of the forest, there was a clear and shallow stream. A grill was placed on a rock by the stream, and there were some leftover fish. Qiu Shanjun took a freshly roasted fish from the grill and stuffed it into Bai Kai's hands. Let's see if you can learn to keep your mouth shut when eating fish. Bai Kai was a little nervous. He took the fish and began to eat seriously, not daring to make any comments. The disciples of the Mount Lee sword sect unsheathed their swords and went into the stream to stab the fish. For a moment, the sound of water splashing could be heard, accompanied by endless laughter. Qiu Shanjun used the stream water to wash his hands and sat on a rock with Go Hanshi. Go Hanshi replied, I didn't expect that after you left the Mount Song Army headquarters, you actually took a detour from Hanshi City. You arrived several days later than stated in the letter. Qiu Shanjun replied, I left Sloping Cliff and went to the Mount Song Army headquarters. I saw my family, so I followed them. With Go Hanshi's intelligence, he immediately realized the problem in this sentence and asked, Who is it? Qiu Shanjun was silent for a moment, then said, Qin Changsheng. When he and Go Hanshi began to talk, the noise in the stream became much quieter. When he said Chen Changsheng's name, he attracted the attention of all his juniors. And when he finished telling the story of Sloping Cliff Horse Farm, the stream became even quieter, everyone silent for a very long time. Go Hanshi was also speechless. He looked at him as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't say anything. Bai Kai's face was completely red, and he almost choked to death on the unchewed fish. What do you want to say? Qiu Shanjun said expressionlessly. Go Hanshi smiled and shook his head, indicating that he had no comment on this matter. With great difficulty, Bai Kai swallowed the fish, then repeatedly shook his head, indicating that he didn't dare make any evaluation of eldest senior brother. Qiu Shanjun looked at him and said, If you want to say it, say it. Bai Kai hesitated for a very long time, then whispered, Eldest brother, isn't your eyesight a bit too bad? Qin Changsheng is a good person. Qiu Shanjun paused for a moment, then continued, Unfortunately, we can't be friends. He didn't know that Chen Changsheng had the same feeling. Go Hanshi smiled and said, In this aspect, I am stronger than all of you, because I can be friends with all of you. Bai Kai squeezed onto a rock and squatted beside Qiu Shanjun, saying, Eldest senior, you're the truly amazing one. No matter how strong Qin Changsheng is, he still had to rely on you to escape unscathed today. This was referring to how Qiu Shanjun had used Tensum paintings to convince Bianhong and break the Great Western Continent scheme. However, there was no pride or complacency on Qiu Shanjun's face. Instead, there was some sadness. I don't like Bi Tianxin, so I didn't care too much at the start and treated this matter too lightly. I didn't think that the people of the Great Western Continent would actually dare to act against him. After a moment of silence, he said, If I had been more vigilant, perhaps he wouldn't have died. Go Hanshi was quiet for a while, then patted him on the back and asked, South Stream Temple has closed. Should we do anything? Junior sister has never needed anyone to worry about her. Zhixiu seems to have some problems. We'll talk about it when we get back. Qiu Shanjun stood up and walked out of the forest. The Mount Lee sword sect disciples in the stream hurriedly came out of the water and used their true essence to dry their clothes. Carrying tensome fresh fish, they followed. The mountain path was still quiet and secluded. The birds felt safe and returned to the forest. Clear and pleasant chirps could be heard from all around. From some distant cliff, the playful cries of monkeys could be heard. Chiu Shan-jun listened for a few moments, then took a sip from the wine pot and led his junior brothers down the mountain path, his robes fluttering in the wind. The plateau at the summit was already empty, but the plateau in front of South Stream Temple was packed with people. Several hundred inner sect disciples of South Stream Temple quietly stood amidst the trees and flowers. They were no longer as nervous as they had been a few days ago. When they smelled the fragrance of the flowers, some young girls couldn't help but take a whiff. The problem had still not been resolved, but since the Holy Maiden had come out of seclusion, what did these disciples have to worry about? In the deepest part of South Stream Temple, at the very top of the thatched cottage, 2 prayer mats had been placed. Su Yurong and Qin Chongxing sat on them. Huai Shu slightly frowned at this sight, somewhat displeased. Huai Bai was silent, seemingly thinking about something. Huai Ren slowly said, "His Holiness the Pope has suffered significant injuries. It is best if he first goes to rest." The meaning of this extremely senior martial grand aunt of South Stream Temple was crystal clear. No matter what Su Yurong thought about the closing of the temple, what she thought about their actions after returning from their travels, this was still an internal matter of South Stream Temple. Since it was an internal matter, it should be resolved by South Stream Temple itself. Even if Chen Chongsheng was the Pope, he should not be sitting here. However, her words did not receive any response. The several hundred South Stream Temple disciples, standing within the thatched cottage and amidst the flowering trees, were calm and silent, as if they had not heard. Su Yurong also seemed not to hear. She only quietly gazed at Ping Xian and Yi Chen. Before entering seclusion in the stone wall at the summit, she had placed the affairs of South Stream Temple in the hands of these 2 senior sisters. Her calm gaze clearly indicated that she wanted them to give an explanation for today's events. Huai Rin sighed, wanting to say something. Su Yurong continued to ignore her, only quietly gazing at Ping Xian and Yi Chen. Although they were all disciples of the same generation, Ping Xian and Yi Chen had long ago gotten down on their knees. Yi Chen's eyes were moist as she said in a trembling voice, "I truly do not know what to do." With these words, tears began to flow from her eyes. Su Yurong knew that Yi Chen had always had a gentle personality. Presumably, she had been forced by her teacher last night to the point where she could not hold on any longer, which was why she had agreed to the closing of the temple on the plateau. Ping Xian was much calmer. This disciple knows her wrongs, but Master is still old and weak, and she does not have evil thoughts. "Temple Master, please show mercy." Huai Ren was taken aback. She had not expected that this disciple who had defied her several times today on the plateau would now plead for mercy on her behalf. But she did not accept these words because, even now, she still believed that she was correct. She calmly recounted the events of the last few days to Su Yurong. Just like last night and today, she explained why she wanted South Stream Temple to close for 10 years. From start to finish, Su Yurong said nothing, only quietly listened. Huai Rin said, "Today's matter seems to have been peacefully resolved, but Holy Maiden, in breaking out of seclusion, you must have paid an enormous price." Qin Chongxing glanced at Su Yurong. Huai Rin continued, "What if this sort of thing keeps happening in the future? Holy Maiden, how many more times can you pay this price? How many more times can Holy Maiden Peak pay this price? The imperial court and the Li Palace, the war between master and disciple. Why must the disciples of our temple bleed?" At this moment, Su Yurong finally spoke. Her voice was very soft, but it was also very clear. All the disciples of South Stream Temple in the flowering trees could clearly hear it, and it went straight into Huai Ren's heart. Martial Aunt is a senior, so it's only right that she is concerned about the affairs of the temple. But you are not the temple master, or do you mean you want to sit in my position? Chapter 9:14. All was quiet within and without South Stream Temple. Huai Rin could not answer this question. She knew that there was no way to salvage the situation, But when she imagined the scene of the temple being destroyed and the people dying, she still wanted to make one final attempt at persuasion. I know that this truly is against the laws of the church, but I cannot just watch as you drag my South Stream temple into the abyss. She looked at Su Yurong and Qin Chongqing and said, "You do not have the right to do this." Su Yurong stood up and calmly looked into her eyes. Before teacher left, she once said to me that South Stream Temple is full of female cultivators with weak natures. It is extremely difficult for them to survive in this chaotic world, and to calmly guard their Tao hearts to cross the world is even more naive. It is not the true Tao of South Stream Temple. Huairen asked, "Have you and senior sister never thought that the world is like the overflowing river of hatred? If one is not careful, the boat will capsize and the people will perish?" Su Yurong replied, "Cultivating the Tao has always been a heaven-defying act. Even a weak woman should uphold the Tao and advance. Standing by the river and viewing the scenery for an entire lifetime is admittedly wonderful and free. But if one is not even willing to wet the soles of one's shoes, how can one tread on the waves and ultimately reach the other shore?" These words caused the flowering trees to sway in the wind, and the eyes of the disciples of South Stream Temple brightened. When I was little, at New North Bridge in the capital, I jumped into that well, and when I stood on the bridge, I jumped into the Luo Canal. Everyone thought that I was seeking death, but they didn't know that I only wanted to jump in and see if there was a moon, if there was a legendary evil dragon. I even dared to do these things, so how could I jump into the river? As Su Yurong spoke, Qin Chongqing glanced at her. Before the battle on the Bridge of Helplessness, he had carefully studied her and was well aware of these anecdotes from her childhood in the capital. Master chose me to be Holy Maiden because she clearly understood my personality and knew where I would take South Stream Temple. Su Yurong looked at Huairen and said, "I can respect your dislike of my conduct, dislike of teacher's choice, but you want to change all this?" "No." Her voice was still very soft, like the most pleasant cry of a bird in a tranquil valley. She did not deliberately release her dignity, but she gave off an unquestionable feeling. These last two words in particular made many of the South Stream Temple disciples, including Ping Xian and Yi Qin, recall that Chen Chongqing had said the same two words on the plateau. "I can respect you, I can understand you, but I won't accept you, I won't be convinced by you, and I definitely won't be changed by you. If I can't, then I can't." However, Qin Chongsheng remembered the shout that came from the old estate in the snowstorm of Wenshui City a few days ago. "Your son is colluding with the demons." As for fame, he had only started slowly accumulating it after the grand examination. As for Su Yurong and Qiu Shanjun, they had been raising them since the day they were born. They had not lived in this world for as long as those senior experts, but in terms of reputation, how many people could compare to them? The debate came to an end. Su Yurong was the will of South Stream Temple. In these 10 or so green peaks, no one could shake her position, and it was even to the extent that they couldn't approach her. Even if the ones who opposed her today were the 3 granduncles with the highest seniority. Huairen sighed. Seeing Su Yurong's calm expression, her heart like dead water, she asked, "Then how does the temple master intend to punish us?" "I said that I can respect you, that I can understand you. This being the case, Martial Uncle has not done anything too serious. So why should I punish you?" Su Yurong said, "Martial Uncle has always liked to travel the world. For the future of South Stream Temple, I was forced to interrupt my cultivation and return. Now that I have broken through the wall and come out, there is no need to worry about the temple's affairs. So I ask Martial Uncle to continue traveling. I trust that the scenery beyond the world will not be much worse than the scenery here." Given Huairen's seniority, if she really wanted to punish them according to the laws of the church and the temple, it truly was somewhat inappropriate. But having these granduncles continue to remain in Holy Maiden Peak was naturally even more inappropriate. The so-called traveling was just asking you to leave so that you wouldn't get sick of each other. Su Yurong's way of handling this matter could truly be said to be light-hearted and broad-minded. She was confident that Huai Ren would be able to accept it. Yi Chen and Ping Xian looked at Huai Ren with joy in their eyes. Just when Huai Ren was prepared to say something, Su Yurong suddenly remembered something. But I do not wish for martial uncle to return every once in a while. That would truly be very troublesome. So let's make it a period of 10 years. Yi Chen and Ping Xian's expressions flickered at these words. Thinking, will Master accept? Inviting you to travel the world can be understood as a courtesy given to a junior disciple, but only allowing you to return once every 10 years was a clear banishment. But Huai Ren was well aware that the Holy Maiden's 10-year period referred to the Star Osmanthus festival that South Stream Temple held every 10 years. When she thought about how Su Yurong had not deprived her of the right to participate in the Star Osmanthus festival, what else could she say? She sighed and walked out of the thatched cottage. Huai Shu bowed to Su Yurong and Qin Changsheng, then turned and followed. Huai Bai was already at Huai Ren's side. Her expression seemed composed, but her eyelashes trembled. Her eyes filled with unease and relief. But in the next moment, the unease and relief in her eyes completely vanished, replaced by shock and fear. Su Yurong's voice once more resounded through South Stream Temple. Yuan Yuechin, do you think that you can also leave? All the South Stream Temple disciples raised their heads. Some looked at each other while others looked around, thinking, who is Yuan Yuechin? I've never heard of a disciple with this name in the temple before. Those disciples with faster reactions had already guessed at what was going on. Huai Ren stopped and turned around to look at Su Yurong without saying a word. Huai Shu appeared somewhat perplexed, as if she did not understand what had happened. Huai Bai's complexion turned extremely unsightly. More and more disciples understood that Yuan Yuechin was Martial Grand Aunt Huai Bai's secular name. Huai Ren was somewhat uneasy. Su Yurong did not call her martial aunt, nor did she use her Taoist name. Instead, she directly called out third junior sister's secular name. The meaning hidden within was obvious. Huai Bai's embarrassment turned to anger. She shouted at Su Yurong, Holy Maiden, what are you doing? Huai Shu still had not reacted. She said to Su Yurong, she is still your martial aunt, so how can you do this? Su Yurong knew that this was her martial aunt's personality, so she ignored her. She only looked at Huai Bai and said, Yuan Yuechin, you colluded with outsiders to attack a disciple of the temple. Do you really think that after doing such a thing, I will allow you to leave South Stream Temple? Huai Shu finally came to her senses. She glanced at Huai Ren, wanting to say something, but not knowing what to say. To those South Stream Temple disciples on the plateau, Su Yurong's words made them recall those scenes from back then. At the time, they had formed a sword array, their wills united as an impregnable fortress, resisting the divine domain expert Wu Chengbai. The situation had been extremely dangerous. At this moment, their martial aunt Huai Bai had suddenly attacked and wounded them, causing the array to fall. How could they forget this scene? Chapter 9:15. With the blue-clothed visitor's sudden attack, the Great Western Continent scheme was exposed, and Wang Pa and Biang Hong's thunderous strike together made Huai Bai's actions less conspicuous. But many people did not forget. Like the disciples of South Stream Temple, like Su Yurong, she calmly asked Huai Bai, just what did Shang Xingzhou do to you that you would do such a thing? Huai Bai knew that she was in a most troublesome situation. Clenching her teeth, she said, I don't understand what you mean. Su Yurong no longer questioned her. She turned to Qin Changsheng and asked, May I ask His Holiness the Pope to interpret the law? On the plateau, when Qin Changsheng had stopped South Stream Temple from closing, he had relied on the Pope's right to interpret the law. Su Yurong had invited him to speak, partly to borrow his power, but also to prove to the disciples of South Stream Temple that he had the right to do so. Even the Holy Maiden was still a woman, with many careful thoughts that were difficult to describe. Regardless of Huai Ren's reasons for closing South Stream Temple, Huai Bai's actions on the plateau were unacceptable. In any sect, her actions would be unacceptable, and the laws of the church naturally had a clear explanation for this. Or cripple her cultivation and expel her from the sect. Qin Changxing thought of the scriptures of the Taoist canon he had memorized when he was a child and said, or be punished with house arrest and reflection. Huai Bai's complexion instantly paled. She looked at Huai Ren, hesitating to speak. Huai Ren wanted to plead for mercy on her behalf, but she suddenly recalled how she, Huai Shu, and Huai Bai had wandered the world for many years and had suddenly been sought out by the Taoists of the Monastery of Eternal Spring, resulting in this trip to the capital to meet with the venerable Taoist Shang Xingzhou. She couldn't help but feel a little apprehensive, her mind a little dazed. Su Yurong looked at Huai Bai and asked, Yuan Yuechin, which one do you choose? Huai Bai saw Huai Ren's silence and believed that her senior sister had given up on her. Hatred rose from her heart and she clenched her teeth. House arrest? How many years are you planning to imprison me for? Su Yurong replied, If there comes a day when you can understand your mistakes, you will be released. Huai Bai sneered, her voice shrill as she yelled, You want to imprison me in Holy Maiden Peak for the rest of my life. How can I do as you wish? Su Yurong's expression did not change. She calmly said, It seems that you want to choose the former. The former was to have one's cultivation crippled and be expelled from the sect. This was precisely the punishment that Mu Jiosher had endured in the Li Palace. However, even if that princess of the great western continent had her orthodoxy's cultivation crippled, she still had her own sect's cultivation to protect her, while Huai Bai cultivated the Taoist techniques of South Stream Temple. If all of them were crippled, what difference was there between her and a cripple? Huai Bai's face became even paler, and her eyes became extremely resentful as she said, What if I don't choose? Su Yurong calmly said, Then I will have to directly carry out the rules of the church on behalf of the ancestors. Hearing this, Huai Shu's expression changed slightly. She took a step forward and stood between Su Yurong and Huai Bai. This fiery Taoist nun didn't want to clash swords with the current saintess, but she subconsciously didn't want to see what might happen next. The reactions of the South Stream Temple disciples were different. With the clear cry of swords and the rise of sword intents, several hundred disciples seemed to be scattered about, but they had already formed an extremely complex sword array. The sword energy was majestic and awe-inspiring, blocking off all paths down the mountain. Huai Ren sighed at this sight. She looked at Huai Bai and advised, If your conscience is clear, then reflect on yourself for a few days. I will wait for you at the base of the mountain. Senior sister, how could you be so stupid? Huai Bai's expression was one of extreme pain. It's very obvious that the saintess wants to use me to establish her might. What need is there for evidence and reflection? Huai Ren saw that she was sincere and couldn't help but be somewhat swayed. She took a step forward, wanting to say something to Su Yurong. Suddenly, a cold wind blew through the thatched cottage. Sword intents crisscrossed, yet they were restrained. An extremely fierce and cold qi enveloped the area. It was a sword, a very thin, long, and straight sword. The body of the sword was pitch black, its surface glossy and smooth like black jade. This black jade sword was grasped in Huai Bai's hand. The sharp and frigid blade of the sword was placed across Huai Ren's neck, only a hair's breadth from her throat. Huai Bai had taken advantage of the moment Huai Ren took a step forward to launch a sneak attack and subdue her. Huai Ren's face was somewhat pale. It was hard to say if it was because she had suffered internal injuries from the invasion of the sword intent or because her junior sister's sneak attack had hurt her mood. A burst of arrogant laughter resounded through the thatched cottage. Huai Bai looked at Su Yurong and Qin Changxing, her face brimming with pride. However, her smile gradually faded and her voice turned frigid. Correct, you're right. All of this was my plan. The venerable Taoist promised me that as long as South Stream Temple closed for 10 years, I would be the saintess. Chan Changxing asked, and if Yurong broke through the wall and came out of seclusion? Huai Bai sneered. Do you think that if I did all this, she would still have a chance of coming out of seclusion? If she could not break through the wall on her own, then what awaited Su Yurong was naturally death. I truly did not expect that you would abandon the great Tao for a man and break through the wall and come out of seclusion. Huai Bai continued. As for everything else, it's actually very simple. It's not difficult to use the longevity of South Stream Temple to convince this stone-like senior sister, and it's even easier to swindle this violent-tempered but simple-minded senior sister. Only now did Huai Shu understand what was going on. She was furious, her body trembling, but she did not dare to do anything. The frigid black sword was placed right in front of Huai Ren's throat. Huai Ren's face paled even more, her eyes dimmer, and there was a faint hint of sorrow in their depths. Papa, Papa! Huai Bai's fingers descended like the wind, sealing off several of Huai Ren's meridians and sealing off her most important ethereal palace. A cry of alarm rose from the thatched cottage. Divine finger of the world stream! Correct! I used the divine finger of the world stream. Senior sister no longer has any chance of counterattacking. Huai Bai harshly retorted. You juniors actually dare to disrespect me. If possible, I will definitely have you taste what it is like to be pierced by 10,000 ants. As she spoke, Huai Ren's face turned from pale to green, clearly in extreme pain. It was obvious that she was suffering from the pain of the divine finger of the world stream. Ping Xian, Yi Chen, and the other disciples of South Stream Temple were infuriated by this sight, but they feared the black sword and did not dare to step forward. Of course, I do not hope that this will force you to abdicate, Huai Bai coldly said to Su Yurong. You are the most ungrateful and callous person of Zhou, aren't you? Just let me leave. Su Yurong ignored her. Looking at Huai Ren, who was being held hostage, she said, My lady, your intentions might be good, but this world has always been bad. Huai Bai did not understand what she meant. Her expression turned even harsher as she yelled, Quickly remove the sword array! Su Yurong continued to ignore her, only calmly gazing at Huai Ren. Huai Ren's expression grew increasingly gloomy. The pain of the divine finger of the world stream was truly nothing compared to the pain of being betrayed by the junior sister she had loved for centuries.